Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Collins. Welcome to Haar Disciples Ballpark. It is an absolutely gorgeous summer afternoon here, the 11th of June, just before 1 p.m., 2022. Absolutely perfect conditions. It's breezy, it's warm, it's vacation, and we have two baseball games on tap for you today with the visiting Mannheim Tornados taking on the Haar Disciples, as the Haar Disciples are firmly in third place at the moment with a record of 12-6 behind Heidenheim and Regensburg. Mannheim, they are a good team having a bad year. They are at 3-13 right now, but that does not mean that these two games won't be exciting, as we've seen exciting baseball all across the Bundesliga South this year with really any of the teams. So any team can beat any other one at any given time in 2022 in the Bundesliga South. And I'd like to welcome you wherever you may be watching from. Once again, my name is Tim Collins, and I'm happy to be with you this afternoon. And we're going to give you the starting lineups right now, starting with the Mannheim Tornadoes. They are going to start with Carlos Berdomo. He's going to be at first and play second base. Matias Robles, the second batter in the lineup, is playing center field. Luis Diaz bats third. He is playing first base. Juan Martin, the catcher, batting cleanup. Oscar Bustamante, the shortstop, is batting fifth. Rogelio Maldonado, the left fielder, is going to bat sixth. Moritz Höhlein, the designated hitter, bats seventh. Merlin Bendlin, the third baseman, will bat eighth. And Dominic Höpfner, the right fielder, is going to bat ninth. The Mannheim Tornadoes are going to send the young pitcher Daniel Goslin to the mound, and we'll tell you more about him in the bottom of the first inning. Meanwhile, defensively for the Haar Disciples, they are going to have a little bit of a different look in this game. You remember over the last weekend in Heidenheim, they added Drew Thomas. The Chicago native has come over to join the Haar Disciples for the stretch run here in 2022, and he's the first baseman. Daniel Patrice also still feeling the effects of that ankle injury that he suffered during the game against Heidenheim a couple of weeks ago on Thursday. And so he's available to pinch hit, but he will not be in the starting lineup at the moment. So defensively for the Haar Disciples, they will have an outfield that has Will Thorpe in left field. David Dinski is playing center field, and Joseph Rosenthal is going to be playing right field. The infield has also a little bit of a different look to it. You have Nate Sean Thomas playing third base. Francisco Riestra is playing shortstop. Callum Murphy is playing second base, and as I mentioned, Drew Thomas is going to be playing first base. The catcher for game one is David Wallace. And the young right-hander for the Disciples, Titus von Kopf, is going to get the ball here in game one. And he has pitched very well of late. In overall Bundesliga play, in 40 2/3 innings, he's got an ERA of 4.2. But he pitched very well versus Mannheim a couple of weeks ago in Mannheim. That was when the Disciples actually took both ends of the doubleheader, as Titos pitched 6 innings, allowed 3 runs, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, and 6 hits in that game. And then also in Titos' last game versus Heidenheim, he pitched a game that the Disciples eventually won. He pitched 7 gutsy innings, striking out 6, walking 5. And eventually that was the game the Disciples won. Remember, the Heidenheim, I cannot speak this morning, it's a little early. Just getting things going, getting cobwebs out of my mouth here. But the Heidenheim Heidekipfe in second place with a record of 14-6. The Haar Disciples had to play them 4 times within the span of 3 days, and they split those 4 games. So the Disciples have to be very, very satisfied with the way that series went against the defending champion Heidekipfe. The rest of the standings, by the way, for the Bundesliga South, you have Regensburg firmly atop the Bundesliga South with a record of 16-2. In fact, the only 2 losses for Regensburg, one was to the Haar Disciples and the other was to the Heidenheim Heidekipfe. Then Heidenheim in second place, 14-6. Haar third, 12-6. Stuttgart fourth place, 11-6. Then you have Mannheim, 11-10. Tübingen 4-16. Mainz is 11-10. Tübingen is 4-16. Mannheim 3-13. Ulm 3-15. And there you see the Disciples have taken the field. And you may have noticed we have a moving camera. That's because we have the skills of the one and only Dr. No Skills operating the camera today. So any complaints about camera work you can send to him. But Christian Jagla, thank you very much for helping us out. And he offered, and that was even before I told him he would get free beer for doing this. So all the things, everything going right so far. We've got Ron in the house, he of Honest Ron's Hot Sauce fame. It's just a beautiful day here at the ballpark, and we've got a nice slate of baseball activity for you today. Hopefully we'll have two close and exciting ball games. The Mannheim Tornados coming in, like I said, they're having a rough year, but if you don't know German baseball history, they are the storied franchise. And in fact, every time Mannheim comes to play here, we get a few fans in the audience that know the old stories from the old days. And there's people all over the world who have memories of the original Bundesliga in the 1950s and 60s here in Germany. There's a couple of gentlemen in the ballpark here today that were showing me photos before the game of the German championship team from 1962. And I asked one of them, well, what does he think about the way the game is played today in Germany? He's like, well, yeah, the level has improved somewhat. I'm paraphrasing, of course. And you get to watch the young right-hander Titus von Kopf throwing his warm-up pitches with David Wallace before the leadoff hitter Carlos Perdomo is going to step up to the plate. It'll be Perdomo, the second baseman, Robles, the center fielder, and Luis Diaz, the first baseman. So Perdomo, Robles, Diaz starting things off for the Mannheim Tornadoes. And Perdomo's going to step up to the plate. And he's batting 200, 11 hits in 55 at-bats. 2 of those hits are doubles. This is a Mannheim team who has been struggling somewhat offensively. They play in a ballpark that is famous for watching baseballs fly out. They have the sort of the equivalent of Fenway Park in Germany with a short left field fence and a very high wall, but they have not hit all that many home runs this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 home runs total. So Titus von Kopf ready for the first pitch, and it's right down the pipe. First pitch at 1:05 p.m. Strike 1 the call. Lars Derling calling balls and strikes behind the plate. First base umpire is Andreas Pichler, and down the third base line, Oswald Scharf. Here's the 0-1. That's low. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch got away from Wallace, and it's going to be retrieved by Robles, who jogs in to grab it. Flips it back to the home plate umpire, Lars Derling. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out. Top of the first, just getting started. Perfect day for baseball. Here's the 1-1. Fastball missed outside. 2 balls and a strike. Titus at times has been clocked around 83, 84. That fastball looked like it had a little bit more giddy up on it than what I've seen in the past. Maybe he's got a lot of extra energy. Here's the 2-1. And he misses low. 3 balls and a strike now. Give you a shot of the fan-friendly scoreboard. 3 balls, 1 strike. Carlos Perdomo trying to get on base, start things off here. And the pitch. That one catches the corner, and now we're full. 3-2. Tito's trying to avoid a leadoff walk. You always want to throw strikes to start things off. And the payoff. This ball chopped weakly back to the mound, and it was actually off of the foot of Perdomo as he comes hobbling out of the batter's box. So that's a foul ball. We'll do it again. Take a look at this on the instant replay. Yeah, you can see it definitely made contact with him. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. As Perdomo steps back in. He's got the high sock look going on. And a ground ball to the right side. A couple of hops for Murphy. And he takes care of business. 1 down. Good comeback from Titus von Kopf. And that will bring up Matthias Robles as you take a look at that one on the replay. Good job by von Kopf to keep the ball around the strike zone. And so Robles steps in. Robles comes in. He's batting .283. He has a triple and 5 doubles. And now he shoots that one down the right field line. Fielded on a hop in fair territory by Drew Thomas, and he steps on the bag. And that's the second out. First pitch swinging from Robles, and he rolls out 3 unassisted. So now that'll bring up Luis Diaz. Diaz hitting .310, and that actually leads the Mannheim Tornados in the batting average department. He has 3 home runs. That's also the most power. Slugging .500. And he rolls one fair, fielded by Thomas, and he touches up. And a quick inning for Titus von Kopp. He retires the last 2 batters on 2 pitches. Nothing across the board here in Haar. The end of a half inning of play. The Haar Disciples and Mannheim Tornados are scoreless. Game 1 of a doubleheader. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, and it is brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the first inning after a quick top half delivered by Titus von Kopp, and the left-hander on the mound is Daniel Goslin. Now, Daniel Goslin is a Canadian who has Greek heritage. He's actually pitched for the Greek national team, and he attended school in St. Clair College in Oklahoma. And also, attended Northeastern Oklahoma A&M College as well. And he actually pitched for the Bad Homburg Hornets in the 2nd Bundesliga last year, and he has made the jump to the Mannheim Tornados here in the Bundesliga this year. So far, ERA of 6.8 in 27 2/3 innings pitched. He does have 33 strikeouts. His longest outing was 5 2/3 back on May the 14th. That was against the Ulm Falcons. And so he's going to do battle against a lineup for the Haar Disciples that begins with the designated hitter. Simon Lechner is going to come up, and then Will Thorpe batting 2nd, Nate Thomas 3rd, Drew Thomas 4th, David Dinski 5th, Callum Murphy 6th, David Wallace 7th, Joseph Rosenthal 8th, and Francisco Riestra 9th. So lefty on lefty, and Lechner, a guy who's been swinging the bat a lot better of late, even though he's only got a batting average of .242, 8 hits in 33 at-bats. And the first pitch from Goslin is in there for a strike, 0-1 on Simon. Defensively, behind Goslin, you have Bendlin at 3rd, Bustamente at short, Perdomo at 2nd, Diaz at 1st, as the pitch is outside, ball 1. Maldonado in left, Robles in center, Höfner in right. Behind the plate doing the catching, Juan Martin. 1 ball, 1 strike. And it's outside. 2-1. You can see Goslin, he sort of slings it from a sidearm or 3/4 position. And definitely hides the ball well. There's a 2-1. Rolled foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Infield straightaway. Outfield is shading Lechner slightly to pull. That's the center fielder Robles, who's over. And this pitch is inside. The count goes full. 3-2. Simon seemingly always works the count to a full count. He has drawn 9 walks so far this year. He's a very patient hitter, only in 33 at-bats. So, and he rolls this one slowly towards 2nd. This is fielded by Perdomo, and his throw is good. 1 away, and that'll bring up Will Thorpe. Thorpe hitting at .259. He had some really big hits in Heidenheim. He's got a triple and 4 doubles, 18 hits in 67 at-bats. He has also scored 18 runs. That leads the Disciples He's drawn 10 walks. He's only struck out 4 times. One out, no one on. Bottom of the first, no score, game 1. The pitch from Daniel Goslin is right down the middle, strike 1. 1-1, here it comes. There's a curveball that's high. You can see Goslin going through that motion, reminding himself he's got to get on top of that breaking ball. That one was a little bit from the side. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Strike on the inside corner, 1-2. There's the 1-2 pitch. Fly ball, center field, Robles back a few steps. Now he cuts over and in and one-hands it for out number 2. So, 2 quick outs, and now Nate Sean Thomas, a switch hitter, is going to bat right-handed. Something he does not actually do all that often. There are not that many left-handed pitchers in the Bundesliga, but Nate Thomas leading the team in hitting, a .480 batting average. He has 2 home runs. That also is the most on the team. He's got 2 doubles, 12 hits in 25 at-bats. Switch hitter batting from the right side. He's got power, obviously. 2 down, nobody on, and the pitch from Goslin is rolled slowly to third, fielded on a nice hop by Bendling, and he throws across in time for the 3rd out of the inning. So both pitchers with quick frames, and we go to the 2nd, no score. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the top of the 2nd inning. A very quick first inning for both pitchers. Titus von Kopp is going to go back to work with Juan Martin. Martin, a right-hand hitter with power. And the first pitch is right through there for a strike. Martin and then Oscar Bustamante and Rogelio Maldonado. Martin this year hitting .267. There's the 0-1. And that pitch stays high. 1-1. 4 hits and 15 at-bats for Juan. And that breaking ball missed a little bit low. 2 balls and 1 strike from Titus. Hope you're enjoying your day wherever you are. It is just perfect weather here. Could not ask for a better day for baseball. Here's a 2-1. Fouled away, 2-2. Fastball that sort of ran in on his hands. Martin had a good cut at it. And as he fouled that ball off, the breeze picked up. It's actually blowing in from left field, I would say. Not a strong breeze, although sometimes when the ball gets up in the air, maybe up there it's blowing a bit harder. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball. Just missed the outside corner. Full count now. Wallace trying to frame it and lost the handle on that ball. So 3-2 count. Second one of the ball game for Van Kopf. He was 3-2 on the leadoff hitter Perdomo. And then he retired the next two hitters on one pitch each. Let's see what happens here. 3-2. And the fastball missed low and outside, so a leadoff walk puts Juan Martin on first base. So Oscar Bustamante, the number 5 hitter, is going to step up to the plate. Or is this Merlin Bendlin? On my lineup card, I have Bendlin listed as the number 1, but he was listed in the number 8 spot. Okay. Well, that was a ground ball that went back to Titus Van Kopf, and he fed Nate Thomas perfectly on the bag, and they turned the 1-6-3 double play. I was over confirming, actually, because the scorecard that I had, the numbers were very difficult to read, and I wanted to be absolutely sure. That was actually Oscar Bustamante who grounded into a 1-6-3 double play. And I didn't set the replay, so you're not going to be able to see it, but there's 2 away. So after the walk, the double play, pitcher's best friend, and now Rogelio Maldonado is going to step up to the plate with 2 down and nobody on. Maldonado, right-hand hitter. And the first pitch to him is low and outside. Maldonado this year has no hits. This is only his 11th at-bat, so over 10. And the pitch. That missed low. 2 balls and no strikes. And that fastball catches the outside corner, letter high, 2-1. Juan Martin started the inning with a full count walk, and then Bustamante grounded into the double play. Rogelio laid on that fastball, Maldonado, and the count now even 2-2. Line shot, that's going to slice out of play. Again, the fastball. I think Titus is going to stick with that fastball here, possibly inside. Maldonado was late on the first swing and late on that one. Let's see what happens. 2-2, 2 outs, nobody on. And he yanked that fastball outside, so another full count. Third one of the game. But thanks to a couple of quick outs in the double play, he's got 2 outs and nobody on here in the second. No score. First game of a doubleheader. Here's the pitch. Popped straight up in the middle of the diamond. Riestra and Murphy both converging, and it is Riestra who makes the catch right in front of second base. That was bisecting the field perfectly. So Riestra makes the final out. Nothing across the board. And we go to the bottom of the second inning. No score here in Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good folks at the Brouwerij Wildbräu. We go to the bottom of this second inning. And the Disciples are going to send Drew Thomas, David Dinski, and Callum Murphy to the plate against left-hander Daniel Goslin. Drew Thomas joined the Disciples while they were in Heidenheim a couple of weeks ago. He's a Chicago native, and he attended Coppin State College, which is in Baltimore, Maryland. Right-hand hitter, got some power, and the pitch is outside for a ball. In Heidenheim, he had 2 hits in 9 at-bats, and that pitch is ball 2, 2-0. Thomas also played in the Empire Pro League, which is back in my neck of the woods. He played for Tupper Lake. And most people watching probably don't know where that is, but I do. 2 balls and 1 strike. It's upstate New York, and when I say upstate New York, I mean up, like really upstate New York. There's a 2-1 pitch, swinging and a foul, 2-2. And he shows up for the Disciples at a good time because you have Patrice, who's a bit injured and had been really swinging a hot bat. There's a bouncing ball to the right side. This is one-handed by Perdomo, and he flips over to first to get the out. 1 away as Thomas grounds out 4-3. That'll bring up David Dinski. Dinski comes into this game hitting .357. He does have a home run. He has 7 doubles. 25 for 70. He also has 6 walks, and he has stolen 10 bases. He has the 2nd most hits on the team, second only to Daniel Patrice, who has 27. So Dinski steps up there, right-hand hitter. Generally a pretty aggressive hitter, and against a lefty like Goslin, you expect him to be up there hunting, and he does so and hacks at the first one. Strike 1. And the pitch, and that's outside for ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 to Dinski. Dinski wearing the high black socks today. He's got the shin guard on his left shin. And a strike on the inside corner. That's a good pitch from Goslin. Right under the hands, you can see Dinski looking for something out of the plate that he can really yank, and Goslin got in his kitchen there. There's the 1-2. Line drive, left field on the line. Fair ball, base hit, headed towards the corner. Dinski rounds first, heads for 2, and he will make it there standing with a leadoff, well, a 1-out double, rather. Dinski got the bat head in and got around on that one and lined it down the line. Let's watch the replay. So he was trying to get that pitch down and in, and Dinski yanked it into the corner. It was returned by Maldonado. You can see he had to go and scoop it up on the warning track, get it into Bustamante, the shortstop. So Dinski is in scoring position with 1 out. And now Callum Murphy steps up to the plate. Murphy, a Toronto native with British passport status, and he's hitting .266. 3 doubles, 17 hits and 64 at-bats. He's been a really valuable player for the Disciples, as you see Dinski leading off second base. And the pitch from Goslin. Line shot, caught on the fly by the second baseman, Perdomo. He has no chance to flip to Bustamante for the out. And Dinski had no chance to go anywhere else. So Murphy hit it hard, but lines out for out number 2. Good idea, took a pitch away, hit it sharply. And so 2 down for David Wallace. Wallace hitting .273. He has 9 hits and 33 at-bats. He has only walked once. Disciples looking for a 2-out hit here to drive home Dinski. Dinski, I would think, will probably score on any hit to the outfield. He's very fast. And Goslin's pitch is high. Daniel Goslin, you can see Perdomo was sort of dancing around second base trying to deke Dinski, see if he would run in and try to accept a pickoff throw, but Daniel Goslin simply delivered the ball to the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch to Wallace. Fouled to the screen. That was a pretty good cut by David. 1 ball, 1 strike. Servus Lukas Penke. Schaut zu aus Griechenland. I bet that weather is a bit nicer in Greece, although it's perfect here. It's probably really hot in Greece. 1-1 to David Wallace. Breaking ball. That is in for a strike. That was a good pitch. Wallace was, you can see, even though he did not swing the bat, he was off balance. Sometimes you can tell just by the way they put the leg down that they were off balance. And that was the case there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dinski on second base. No score, bottom of the second, 2 outs. Daniel Goslin trying to pitch a scoreless second inning. Looks in for a sign from Martin. Now he's got one. 1-2. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. A breaking ball, and Wallace was way out in front of it and strikes out. And Goslin pitches around the 1-out double. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. We go to the third, no score here in Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu. Wildbräu. It's beer. We move to the top of the third inning here in Haar. Titus van Kopf has faced the minimum. He did walk Juan Martin, but then Bustamante hit into a double play. And it will be 7-8-9. Moritz Höhlein, the designated hitter, followed by Merlin Bendlin, the third baseman, and Dominik Hüpfner, the right fielder, against Titus, who has thrown 25 pitches. In fact, both pitchers have thrown exactly 25 pitches. And the first one is a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Höhlein, by the way, I'll give you his stats after the next pitch. That's down and away, ball 2, 2-0. Höhlein, as far as I can tell, has not yet played. There are no stats for him, so this must be his first action with the Tornadoes this year. The pitch. There's a strike over the outside corner. 2 balls and 1. Strike from Titus van Kopf. And now it's low, 3-1. Well, Titus has flirted a little bit with some control issues. He only walked 1, but this is now the 4th 3-ball count he's had. Let's see if he can come back here. And the pitch. That's low, ball 4. Second walk issued by van Kopf. And Höhlein takes first base. So he's aboard, and that will bring up Merlin Bendlin. Bendlin has 9 hits and 62 at-bats. That's 145. And he squares and lays down a good bunt. Charged on by Thomas. He throws on the run in time. So Herline moves to second with the sacrifice. That was a good play by Nate Thomas to get the first out. And now Dominic Hüpfner will step up to the plate. Hüpfner, who is a veteran of this team, hitting only at 119, 5 hits, 42 at-bats, but he does have 2 home runs. That's second on the team. He's one of 3 players that have hit home runs. Of course, Luis Diaz and Beaumont is the other. So Hüpfner, the number 9 hitter in the order. There is 1 away, and he looks at his strike on the inside corner. On deck hitter, Carlos Perdomo. Well, the Disciples had a runner at second with 1 out last inning. They did not score. And Mannheim currently in the same situation. Fouled to the screen, strike 2. That was a good cut, however, by Hüpfner. He was right on that pitch. No balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Herline at second base. Swung on and missed a high fastball, and Hüpfner chases it. There are 2 away, as Tito's wasted no time. On 3 pitches, he strikes out Dominic Hüpfner. And Wallace actually set the target up away, and that fastball ran up and in, but Hüpfner chased it anyway. So now the top of the order, 2 down, runner at second base, and Carlos Perdomo, who grounded to second his first time, will step up to the plate. And the pitch. Strike on the inside corner. Good pitch from Titus van Kopf. That was a check swing from Perdomo. Ball running in on his hands. 0-1. Couple of looks at second, and now the pitch. Ground ball off the glove of Van Kopf. It caroms to Murphy. He has time to throw to first, and that will end the inning. That ball was hit hard, and Van Kopf slowed it down a little bit, enough that Murphy had time to make the play to first. So the Disciples get out of the inning. Play goes 1-4-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. At the end of 2.5, it is the Mannheim Tornados nothing, the Haar Disciples nothing. And this is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we move to the bottom of the third, and it's going to be 8, 9, and 1 for the Disciples. Joseph Rosenthal, Francisco Riestra, and then Simon Lechner. Rosenthal took ball 1. And the next pitch on the way from Goslin is low ball 2. Rosenthal, in his first year with the Disciples, he's got a batting average of .211, 15 hits and 71 at bats. But he has 8 stolen bases, and he has some very important hits for the Disciples, and he's played excellent outfield. And the fastball missed inside, 3 balls and no strikes on Rosenthal. He's walked 9 times. And now he's walked 10 times. As that pitch was upstairs. And Rosenthal is on first base. He is a threat to run. Juan Martin, a good throwing catcher, however. Goslin, the lefty, see what kind of move he has at first base. And also, if Rosenthal can get a good read, if he would go on first move, as Goslin appears to be relatively slow to deliver the ball, but being a lefty, you have that advantage where you can turn and face the runner on first base. And so now the hitter, Francisco Riestra. Rosenthal, a pretty big lead, and Riestra squares, and the pitch is a strike. Rosenthal was also going back to the bag on that delivery to the plate. So Riestra hitting at .246, 16 hits and 65 at-bats. He has also walked 9 times. Rosenthal, the lead runner, is on first base. And now a slide step, and the breaking ball is fouled away. So Goslin clearly keeping Rosenthal in his thoughts there at first base. As the first pitch, he lifted the leg and deceived Rosenthal to the point where he was going back to the bag. This time, he didn't lift the leg at all. He just delivered the ball to the plate. And now he's ahead of Riestra 0-2. That breaking ball is way outside. And Rosenthal did not get a good read on the delivery to the plate that time either. We've seen 3 pitches and 3 completely different looks from Daniel Goslin. That last one, he sort of lifted the leg and held it there for a moment. The 1-2, another slide step. Ground ball sharply hit up the middle. Gloved and knocked down by Perdomo. And he has no further play. I think he was trying to shovel it towards short. And that's kind of the only chance he had. It would have been a very nice play had he done so, and it would have potentially been a double play. But as it stands now, it's a base hit for the Disciples, and they have runners on first and second with nobody out. And now the top of the order, Simon Lechner stepping up to the plate. And Goslin wants a new ball. So Lechner grounded out to second base his first time. So you have Rosenthal at second, Riestra at first. Good speed on the bases. Lechner, a good contact hitter at the plate. Can hit the ball to all fields. And the pitch. And Lechner bunts at it and fouls it away. Strike 1. Well, you got to figure if you had Riestra bunting with Rosenthal on first, now you have first and second, nobody out. It makes sense. Lechner might try to do it again. The third baseman, Bendlein, was back. Now he comes up to the lip of the grass, although he's still back. 1 strike on Simon Lechner. Runners leading first and second. He squares. And there go the runners. The pitch is taken for a ball, and it's a double steal. Well, no need for the bunt if you can do that. So Rosenthal stole third, and Riestra also went in to second. That was a good read by Riestra, the trail runner. He saw that Martin was not going to make the throw to third. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The infield now comes in. Mannheim has struggled with their offense, so they do not want to fall behind here. They will try to cut down the run at the plate. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, and that was a nice one. It broke over the inside corner, 1-2. So Lechner trying to get a fly ball to the outfield, drive home a run, or better yet, a base hit to score 2. Second and third, nobody out. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Simon Lechner. Goslin comes set, and the pitch. That ball hit high and deep to right field. Way back goes Höpfner. He's in front of the wall, and it's off the top of the wall. One run is going to score. Riestra being waved around third. And now the relay throw to the plate. Riestra scores, and Lechner is at third base. The Disciples lead 2-0. Well, both runners were tagging just in case the ball was going to be caught at the wall, and that's why it was somewhat close at home. But Simon Lechner putting a charge into one, and I think that's going to be a double, and he takes third on the throw. And the Disciples lead 2-0. Let's see if it's going to be a double or a triple. It doesn't really matter. So the Disciples leading 2-0. And Will Thorpe, the batter. Infield still in. And it is indeed a triple for Simon Lechner, a 2-run triple. And the Disciples leading 2-0. Will Thorpe now at the plate. He flied out his first time. The pitch inside, and it hit him. So he will take first base. So first and third, and now Nate Sean Thomas will step up to the plate. So Daniel Goslin, the first time through the order, no problem. Although Rosenthal with the walk and Riestra with the single. Well, imagine if Perdomo had been able to make that play at second base. That would have been a really, really pretty play. And that would have changed the complexion of this inning. As we are, there's still nobody out. Runners on first and third. Nate Thomas, who grounded to third, stepping up to the plate. First and third situation, you wonder if there will be any base running shenanigans. Backdoor breaking ball gets the corner, strike one. I don't think so, not with Nate Thomas at the plate. But you sometimes see that. We saw the Heidekipfer do that successfully against the Disciples. One strike on Thomas. That one is low. And the count 1-1 strike. Runners leading first and third. Lechner is at third. Thorpe is at first. 1-1 to Nate Thomas. Nobody out. Check swing on a breaking ball. The pitch was low. They're going to appeal. And no. Both Will Thorpe and the first base umpire, Andreas Pickler, signaling. So the count now 2-1 strike. Drew Thomas is on deck. Yeah, the family for Francisco Riestra, they are very happy. 2-1, and the pitch. Missed outside, 3-1. I should mention that on every single pitch to the plate, Thorpe has been taking a step back towards first. So Rosenthal and Thorpe, neither one could get a good read on the move of Daniel Goslin. So I don't think we're going to see any running shenanigans here unless it's one of the speedier guys who just goes on first move. Well, now Thorpe is going, but the pitch is inside for ball 4. Thorpe with a delayed takeoff. Right as I was saying nobody's going to run, he started running, so I guess I should just keep my mouth shut. Didn't matter, however, as the ball was ball 4. That's 2 walks and a hit batter to go with a single and a triple in the inning, and the bases are loaded with nobody out for Drew Thomas. Drew Thomas, who grounded out his first time, has a chance to do big damage here and make an impression on the new team and the home fans here. Thomas, a right-hand hitter. Bases loaded, nowhere to put him. So Daniel Goslin is in a jam. And the pitch to Thomas. Swung on and fouled at the plate, strike 1. That was a pretty good pitch to hit. Looked like it was right in the zone where he wanted it. And he just fouled it off the catcher, Juan Martin. Lars Doling, the home plate umpire, is going to go out there and pick up the ball. That gives Martin a chance to recover from that. One strike the count. on Drew Thomas. Bases loaded. And you could hear Lars Doling say, "You okay?" Martin says, "Yep, ready to rock." And he goes back down into the crouch. One strike, nobody out. Lechner, Thorpe, and Nate Thomas, the base runners. And a strike over the outside corner of the knees. That's a good pitch for Goslin to get a call on. And now Thomas down 0-2. Goslin is one of those guys who he needs to change speeds. He's going to take a little bit off, put a little bit on. Sometimes he'll go even slower. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball down in the dirt. Good block by Martin. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Disciples leading 2-0. The 2-run triple off the bat of Simon Lechner broke the ice here. In the bottom of the third, game 1 of a doubleheader. Beautiful day here in Haar. 1-2 on Thomas as Goslin comes set, and the pitch. Fly ball down the right field line. A long run for Höfner. He is going to cross into foul ground, and he can't quite reach it. So the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. It was a long run for Dominic Höfner. Let's see how far Höfner was running on that one. He almost got to it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, nobody out. That's Will Thorpe, number 34. He'll move in a second when the pitch comes in. Here it comes. Breaking ball in the dirt, again blocked by Martin. Those pitches are there by design. It's, you know, the back foot slider or curve, whatever you want to call it. It's designed to get the right-hand batter to swing over the top of it, but Goslin is yanking it too far down and in. And Thomas has been able to recognize it both times out of the hand. So he's worked the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Goslin from the stretch deals. Ball 3. That looked like a fastball, and he missed low. Dinski is on deck. There's nobody out in the inning. The Disciples leading 2-0. Full count with the bases loaded and nobody out. And it's upstairs for ball 4. And the Disciples get another run as that forces Lechner home. Thorpe goes to third, Thomas goes to second, and Drew Thomas to first with an RBI walk. And the Disciples lead 3-0, and now there's some shuffling around, and some activity is going to begin in the Mannheim bullpen down the right field line, as David Dinski, who doubled and was stranded at second base, is going to step into the batter's box. Still nobody out. Now, Goslin came into the inning having thrown 25 pitches, but in this inning he's thrown quite a few more. As Dinski stands in, and he fouls away the first offering, strike 1. In fact, Goslin now has thrown 25 pitches in this inning. So he took 25 in the first 2 and now another 25 more. The next will be the 26th pitch of the inning. 0-1 to Dinski, still nobody out. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. And outside again. Sometimes he's been able to hit that corner at the knees, but those last 2 were, you could see they were clearly over the batter's box. So they count 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases loaded. Thorpe, Nate, and Drew Thomas, the base runners. That ball drilled to deep left field. Going back Maldonado, it's way over his head, and one hops the wall. Thorpe is in. Nate Thomas is coming in. Drew Thomas is being held at third. It's a 2-run double, cracked off the bat to deep left field by David Dinski. And the Disciples now lead 5-0. Dinski has 2 consecutive doubles in his 2 at-bats today. Take a look at this pitch. Gosselin fell behind and had to come in with one, and Dinski roped it. Maldonado, you could see it was going to go flying way over his head. And then you see Alex Tufts gives the stop sign to Drew Thomas at third. Still nobody out. Infield has to come in again with nobody on first base. The hitter now Callum Murphy. Murphy lined out his first at-bat. And the Disciples have put a 5 spot up here in the 3rd inning. And Murphy takes the first pitch strike. Well, so far, Daniel Gosselin still has some leash left. That pitch is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Murphy cracks one down the line, but foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The third baseman, Bendling, is playing way off the line. He's up at the edge of the grass. So there's a lot of space for Murphy to yank one down the line and get it past him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners leading second and third. And the breaking ball is high and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You could try to get that backdoor breaking ball in there. He's asking if it was high or outside. It was both. And Lars Durling doesn't respond. That pitch was not really close to being a strike, so. 2-2. And that pitch down and in. 3-2. Gosselin struggled with his command in this inning. It all started with the leadoff walk, and then Riestra hit that ground ball up the middle that was gloved by Perdomo, but he couldn't flip it backhanded for a shortstop to the shortstop for a double play. There's a chopper foul. We'll do it again. This one into the Disciples dugout. And then after that, Lechner tripled to deep right field. Then Thorpe was hit. Thomas walked. Another walk to Drew Thomas. And then Dinski with the 2-run double. That's where we are. Runners on second and third. Still nobody out. Callum Murphy with a full count. And the next batter will be the 9th batter in this inning. And the payoff. High and outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded again. And this might do it for Daniel Gosselin. Juan Martin has signaled to the bullpen. Juan Martin, the catcher, he's also the acting manager. And so Gosselin's day is done. He faces 8 batters, but you know, it started off really well. He pitched very well for the first 2 innings, and then the wheels came off here in the second. He does not retire a batter. We will take a short break. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. So the new pitcher for the Mannheim Tornadoes is Marius Wolf. In 9 1/3 innings, he has an ERA of around 12.5. So he inherits an unenviable situation, bases loaded, with nobody out. And David Wallace, who was the lone strikeout victim of Daniel Goslin, steps up. And the first pitch from Wolf is slapped foul over the Mannheim dugout. Strike one. Well, the inning went like this: walk, single, triple, hit batter, walk, walk, double, walk. And then a pitching change. 5 runs are in for the Disciples. We're in the bottom of the third. The 0-1, that's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Wolf, his overall stats, 14 walks in 9 innings. That's what you want to change if you're developing young pitcher. You can see he's got a good arm. He throws pretty hard. Sometimes a guy like that can be pretty uncomfortable to step into the box, as he missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Wallace. He also does have 10 strikeouts, but he also gave up 18 hits. So there's a fly ball, foul. 2-2 now the count. But he's a young player, and there's only one way to get that experience, and that is to get into games. And so here he is, bases loaded. Welcome to the ball game. Bases loaded, nobody out. 3 balls and 2 strikes, nobody out. Bases loaded. I already said that. I know. Here it comes. Swung on and missed. So Wallace strikes out. There's the first out. Drussel's bloody cold Sydney. Crikey 22. I'm sorry, yeah, you guys are in winter in Sydney right now. So my apologies, but when I watch the Australian Baseball League, then I'm enjoying watching summer inside my TV from Germany. So now Joseph Rosenthal, he started this whole thing with an innocent-looking walk. And that pitch is outside off the glove of Martin. 1 ball, no strikes. Rosenthal, the 10th batter of the inning. So Marius Wolf. Came on and struck out the first batter he faced. That's got to feel pretty good for him. And the pitch, this one tapped weakly foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now you can see the potential inside the right arm of Marius Wolf. Fastball running in on the hands of Rosenthal. Now Juan Martin and the Tornadoes trying to get out of this inning without any further damage. You have the bases loaded. And there's a strike, a good pitch on the outside corner at the knees, 1-2. Breeze picks up just a little bit. Greetings, Stefan, watching from Greece. Got more than it is vacation. I guess a lot of people went to Greece and Italy. There's a pitch missed low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wolf, I think, thought he might get the call. He'd started walking off the mound. Would have only been the second out, but 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, bases loaded, 5-0 Haar leading Mannheim. And the pitch to Rosenthal. Low ball 3. Full count again. That's really been the bugaboo in this inning. The Disciples do have 3 hits, and they have all been hit hard, but it's the walks and hit batters that have really added to the run totals. Full count on Rosenthal. And he fouls it away and spoils it to stay alive. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Wolf comes set, and the payoff. Strike 3 is called, and Rosenthal is out number 2. He thought the pitch was low, but that pitch looked like it was right on the corner. Let's watch the replay there. That's right there. That's a strike. So, 2 away. Good job by Wolf to get the first 2 batters he's faced via strikeout. And now Francisco Riestra will step up to the plate. Riestra singled. He had a sharp ground ball up the middle that was gloved on a nice play by Perdomo, the second baseman, but he could not retire him. And now he lines one to deep right field. Backing up his Hüpfner. He is there to one-hand it. So what a job by Marius Wolf. He comes on, strikes out 2, and gets a fly out. And that limits the damage. However, the Disciples do get 5 runs on, let's see, how many hits? 4 hits. 5 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors and 3 left on. We go to the 4th inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading the Mannheim Tornados by a score of 5-0. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back, and Titels von Kopf has been given a 5-0 lead to work with here in the top of the 4th. And a first pitch breaking ball to Matias Robles is in for a strike, 0-1. And the next one is swung on and tapped weakly on the ground to Nate Thomas at third. He fields and flips it across the diamond for out number 1. So that's the first out of the inning, a nice easy ground ball. Yeah, I'd like to say hello to Pamela Giordano, watching from her flight from Fort Myers, Florida. Her crew is cheering on the Disciples from 34,000 feet. That is pretty cool. So there are a lot of people all around the globe watching this game, but there are some people that are actually technically not even on the earth who are watching this game, so that's kind of cool. First pitch is outside to Luis Diaz. So we wish you a pleasant flight. I could be a cockpit flight announcer. I'm pretty sure I could do that. Here's the pitch. That whole flying a plane thing, though, I don't know about that. Pitch is low and outside, 2-0 to Diaz. And he slaps a foul ball out of play. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Diaz, his first time, grounded to the first baseman, Drew Thomas. And the next pitch from von Kopf is rolled into the Mannheim dugout. So from one side to the other, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch, breaking ball, that's outside. So another full count. Titels von Kopf, thus far he has struck out 1. He has walked 2. Has not allowed a hit, however. Fly ball to center field. Dinski ranging to his right. He camps underneath it, and that's out number 2. Dinski, a lot of ground to cover out there, but he does so flawlessly. And now that'll bring up Juan Martin. Martin, who walked his first time. 2 outs and nobody on base. That's the way you like it when you have to face him, right-hander with power. He was one of the players who last year drove a ball over the center field fence, which this year is not there. And he slaps that one down the right field line. Foul, strike 1. A big leg kick. And he was sitting on that fastball and barreled it up, but lined it over the right field in foul territory. 0-1. Fastball is upstairs, 1-1. Van Kopf just at 36 pitches, so very economical performance so far. Breaking ball, squibbed off to the right side, and it gets under the glove of Murphy into short right field. And that's going to be an E4. Murphy looked like he had his sights set on making the throw before he actually had control of the ball. So, a 2-out base runner for Mannheim. It was not hit all that hard. It probably had some funny spin on it as well. It might have fooled Murphy in that way. But he tried to one-hand it, and the ball just sort of skipped underneath his glove. So, an error puts Juan Martin at first for Oscar Bustamante, who grounded into the 1-6-3 double play his first time. Left-hand hitter. And the pitch, fastball high, 1-0. Martin a very short lead off first base. 5-0 Disciples, top of the 4th. Game 1 of a doubleheader. The pitch served out into short left field, and that ball's going to dunk in for a base hit. Chased down by Thorpe. He barehands it and gets it back into Riestra. It's a little bloop single to left field. And suddenly the error has opened the doorway to something of a 2-out rally here. 2 on and 2 outs for Rogelio Maldonado. Was not hit all that hard off the bat of Bustamante, but Thorpe had him played way off the line and would not have really had a chance to get to that ball anyway. And so a little blooper into left field. And I see Mitch Stefan. Mitch, how you doing? Watching on YouTube, asking, why is there no center field fence this year? The answer is the Disciples have a very fast outfield, and they decided that they didn't want to put it up. Rogelio Maldonado takes a strike. They figured with a fast outfield, they might be able to cover a lot more ground, and I think actually against Heidenheim, it probably paid off. Sean Larry definitely would have had a couple home runs over the center field fence, and one of them was only a triple, so I guess in that regard, they saved themselves 1 run of offensive value there. But yeah, they decided not to do it. So in fact, the center field camera is actually in the softball dugout. So it's not even on the field. That's why it's so low. There's nowhere else I can put it. 1 strike the count on Maldonado, who popped out his first time, and the pitch is inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. This is a big spot for Mannheim. If they can get a 2-out hit here, they could, get back into this ball game, trailing by 5 runs. 5 runs in the Bundesliga certainly is not insurmountable. So 1 ball, 1 strike on Rogelio Maldonado. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lars Doling holding up the count. Here it comes. Chopper back to Titus van Kopf, and he makes the play to end the inning. The error does not hurt. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 2 left. At the end of 3 1/2, it is 5-0 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of Wildbräu Brauerei. We moved to the bottom of the 4th inning, and Marius Wolf, who took over with the bases loaded and nobody out and slammed the door about as hard as you can slam it, is going to deal with the top of the order. Lechner, Thorpe, and Nate Thomas. And the pitch is outside for ball 1. Zimon got the scoring started with the triple to deep right field to score 2 runs. That was last inning, of course. The pitch is over his head and back to the backstop, 2-0. Well, I mentioned looking at the stats, it would imply that Wolf does not always know exactly where the ball is going to go when it comes out of his hand. And that was the case there. The 2-0, outside and high, 3-0. You know, before the game, I actually had a word with Zimon Lechner. We were just chatting as I was setting things up, and he nearly hit a home run against Heidenheim. And so I made a comment to him, hey, I thought you had it out of here. And he's like, well, maybe today. Well, he came pretty close in his first at bat, as that pitch was a strike, 3-1. Not a lot of balls leave this ballpark. Most of them that do, they'd go down the left field line or to right field. Up high, ball 4. Zimon Lechner is on with a leadoff walk. He has now been on base via the walk with the triple, so 1 for 2. That'll bring up Will Thorpe now. Even though Lechner is the leadoff hitter, he's an on-base guy, but he's not really a base runner. He's not going to steal. He does not have any attempted steals even this year. So he most likely will not be taking off here. Might see a hit and run, though. Thorpe, a good bat-to-ball kind of a guy. Thorpe flied out, and then he was hit by a pitch last inning. He was stranded on third base. The pitch. No, he was not stranded on third base. He scored. What am I talking about? Drew Thomas was stranded on third base. I have to update my scorebook. First pitch was high. 1 ball, no strikes. Lechner, a pretty big lead off first. Not going. Second pitch is also high, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes to Will Thorpe. The pitch. There's a fastball that he was able to bring down and get it into the zone. 2-1. Marius Wolf. On in relief of Daniel Goslin. Goslin pitched 2 scoreless innings and then ran out of gas in the 3rd. And the pitch is high, 3-1. Wolf comes set. Lechner off first, the 3-1. High fly ball, left field off the end of the bat. Maldonado drifting over. He makes the catch. That's the first out of the inning. Thorpe had a good swing, timed it up well, but just got it off the end. So that's the first out here. Take another look at this pitch. 3-1. He had a good pitch to hit right down the middle. Just a little bit off the end. And so now Nate Thomas will turn around and bat from the left side. He batted right-handed, obviously, against Goslin, the lefty. He's 0 for 1. He has also walked and scored. Fastball is high. I would say that this is Thomas's stronger side of the plate, but to be honest, I don't really know. We don't get to see him bat right-handed all that often, and he's got some home runs right-handed as well in his career. He is a very good hitter left-handed, and he takes a strike on the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. One would imagine he probably bats more often from the left side just because of the relative rarity of left-handed pitchers, especially in the Bundesliga. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch. High fly ball to deep center field. Going back on this one is Robles. A lot of room out there, but he's under it, and he makes the catch. and Lechner has to retreat back to first base. Thomas put a charge into that one, but hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark. I once heard Vin Scully describe a large outfield as an airport. Oh, that's an airport way out there in center field. That's a long way. So Drew Thomas will step up to the plate. Let's just watch this last pitch one more time. Yeah, Nate Thomas knew that he hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark. So now Drew Thomas with 2 down and a runner on first base. He looks at a strike. And the first pitch in there looked like a little breaking ball from Wolf. Thomas grounded out, but then he walked with the bases loaded to drive home a run. Fastball high. 1-1. Wolf walking around the mound, rubs up the ball a little bit. But some of the players on the Tornadoes, they're wearing the high knee socks with the red and white trim around the calves. It's a slick look. This one is low, off-speed pitch, and the count 2-1 now on Drew Thomas. David Dinski on deck. Dinski, he of the 2 doubles today. Lechner still leading off first base. The pitch tapped foul behind the plate. 2-2 now the count. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Lechner off first base. He is not going. The pitch is high for ball 3. Lechner actually faked a little bit. And now the count full. And Martin actually called time, and now somebody comes running in from the Mannheim bullpen. I wonder if the pitcher, Marius Wolf, he looks like he wants to wrap his thumb. Wolf came off the mound, and I'm not sure if maybe he has a blister or if he's bleeding. Maybe he, let's see what happened here after that last pitch. You could see something happened, the way the ball came out of his finger. Maybe he broke a nail or something. But he's apparently going to stay in there, so. Somebody just brought him some tape to wrap his thumb or finger, whichever it was. No sticky stuff, though. That's not allowed. 3 balls and 2 strikes, and Lechner will be going now. There he goes. The pitch. That's outside. Ball 4. So 2 walks in the inning. And the Disciples with runners on first and second for David Dinski. Dinski has had 2 plate appearances, and he's hit 2 doubles. 1 deep to left center and 1 deep to left field. So he has swung the bat very well so far today. Dinski, right-hand hitter, trying to drive home another run, possibly more. 2 down in the inning. Marius Wolf trying to work through this inning without allowing any more damage. And the pitch, that's upstairs and high. 1 ball, no strikes. No more bullpen activity at the moment for Mannheim. Wolf comes to the stretch. Outside, 2-0, and I got to say, those last couple pitches since Wolf had to wrap his finger did not look like they came out of the hand, and you see he's shaking his hand a little bit. Wonder if he has a blister. But those last couple pitches did not appear to have like a great follow through. The next one coming, upstairs and high again, 3-0. Wolf suddenly looks very uncomfortable on the mound. 2 down in the inning, but 3-0 on Dinski. He might still have the green light here. He does, and he yanks it foul. 3-1. The way he's been swinging the bat, why not? Wolf was able to get that pitch much more down after missing badly high with the previous 4. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Popped foul, out of play, and the count full. He does not appear to have as much on his fastball the last 5 or 6 pitches as he did prior. But he's worked it to full now after being behind 3-0. 3-2, runners leading, first and second, 2 down, bottom of the 4th, 5-0 Haar. The pitch, there they go. A drive to deep left field, back goes Maldonado in front of the wall, high off the net again. Lechner will score, Drew Thomas being waved around, and the relay throw will not be made. It's another 2-run double for David Dinski, and the Disciples lead 7-0. Now Dinski has just crushed the ball, 3 consecutive at-bats. 3 doubles, 4 runs batted in. Pitch was right down the middle, and he yanked it. Just didn't get it high enough to get it out of the ballpark. It hit high off that net in left field. You can see Maldonado play it off the net. Lechner and Thomas scoring easily. Bustamante wisely not throwing the ball through to the plate after he cut it off. So now Dinski is at second, and the hitter is Callum Murphy. Excuse me, Dinski, by the way, did not stop it. He stopped it first with a single. I completely missed that, but now he's stolen second base, so. I was looking down. The pitch was a ball. Let's take another look at this pitch to Murphy. It was upstairs and high. And Martin's throw to second base was late. So Dinski with a single, check that, not a double, a single. And the fastball is over the head of Murphy. I think Dinski was watching it. He probably thought it was gone and was watching it. And had to make up for it by stealing second base. But he will get ribbed on that one in the clubhouse for sure. The pitch is low. 3 balls and no strikes. Murphy, you send him loose on 3-0. Why not? The Disciples at this point are looking to get a 10-run lead. Murphy takes a strike. Wolf looked very uncomfortable after he delivered that last pitch. You got to wonder what happened with his finger, if it's causing him any pain. He almost walked off the mound. And that pitch is high, ball 4. That's the 3rd walk in the inning. And you see Wolf is still shaking around his hand, and that's going to be it. There's going to be another pitching change. Now, something happened, and I don't know if it's a blister that possibly popped or maybe a fingernail or something, but Marius Wolf suddenly looked very uncomfortable towards the end of this inning, and he is not going to be able to complete it. So there will be a pitching change here in Haar. The Disciples leading 7-0. They have runners on first and second. With 2 down, the hitter due is David Wallace, and we will be right back. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the lovely folks at Brauerei Wildbräu. That's Brauerei Wildbräu. Call 1-800-Brauerei Wildbräu. So the new pitcher is Matteo Urban, and he is going to come on 2 down with runners on first and second. He's only pitched 1 inning so far this year in the Bundesliga, and he gave up 3 runs in that inning. So David Wallace has struck out twice, and he steps up and fouls away the first pitch. Strike 1 from Matteo Urban. Well, you had Lechner, who led off the inning with a walk and then a couple of flyouts, but then Drew Thomas walked and Dinski hit one off the wall. Should have been a double, but it was a single. And then Murphy walked, and that was the end of the afternoon for Marius Wolf. There's a roller to deep short, and it's knocked down by Bustamante, and he will have no further play. It was very slowly hit. And that's going to be an error on the shortstop, Bustamante. He would have had a force somewhere. And so Wallace reaches. And the bases are loaded. Let's see, Bustamante going to the hole. He would have been able to possibly get a force at second base. So now Joseph Rosenthal, who's walked and struck out looking. He was the first batter to face Marius Wolf. And no, excuse me, he was the second batter to face Marius Wolf. Bases loaded. The pitch from Urban is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. And that misses low, 2-0. Rosenthal can really look for something to drive here. And a swing and a miss, 2-1. And a ground ball up the middle. Bustamante able to knock it down, but it rolls free in to score a run and no further play. That will be a base hit as Bustamante had to dive to his left side and keep that ball in the infield, but he couldn't corral it to get a force. So Rosenthal gets an RBI single, and the Disciples lead 8-0 as Dinski scores. Murphy goes to third, Wallace goes to second. And now Riestra with the bases still loaded and 2 down. And the pitch is high for a ball. Well, 1 more base hit could give the Disciples the 10-run lead they're looking for. And then they can start trying to shorten this ball game. And the pitch, that's low, 2-0. Matteo Urban induced the ground ball off the bat of Wallace that Bustamante mishandled for an error. And then another ground ball that was a chance for Bustamante. That would have been a really good play had he made it. Therefore, it's a base hit. And inside ball 3, 3-0. Another walk would mean another run. Well, the Disciples sent 11 batters to the plate in the third, and this is the 9th batter to the bat here in the 4th. So it has unraveled pretty quickly for the Tornadoes as Urban gets a strike in there, 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. And a ground ball pulled down the line. It's a fair ball. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. Rounding second, headed for third. That is Rosenthal. He stops there. The Disciples now lead 10-0 on a 2-run double off the bat of Francisco Riestra. And all these runs are unearned because of that 2-out error. So Murphy scored, Wallace came around to score, and Rosenthal ends up at third base. And it was right inside the line past the dive of Bentley in the third baseman. And the Disciples are pouring it on here in the 4th. And now the top of the order, 10th batter of the inning. Lechner started this whole thing. And the pitch is low to him. And this one gets to the screen. Coming in to score is Rosenthal. That's a wild pitch, and it's 11-0. Well, I should mention that there is also a 15-run rule. After 6, I believe it is. But it's still beautiful weather, and we still have another game after this. Usually game 2 is a much different affair. The pitch is a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike from Matteo Urban to Simon Lechner. Lechner, by the way, has grounded out, tripled, and walked. He scored 2 runs and driven in 2. He's got a chance for another with the runner Riestra at third. A fly ball to left field, slicing towards the line. Maldonado tumbles and makes the catch. Nice play by Rogelio Maldonado in left field. And that ends the inning. But the Disciples played 6 more runs. They now lead 11-0. We go to the top of the 5th inning. It is 11-0 Haar over Mannheim. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brouwerij Wildbräu. We move to the top of the 5th inning. Tito's Fun Cup has only thrown 52 pitches so far in the game. 2 walks, 1 hit, and 1 strikeout. Oscar Bustamante with that little fly ball single last inning. That's the first hit that Tito's gave up, and he will deal with 7-8-9 as the first pitch. A check swing off the bat of Moritz Herlein. And it was a strike. It's Herlein, Merlin Bendlin, and Dominic Hüpfner. 7-8-9 in the order for the Mannheim Tornados. And the next one, fly ball, left field. This is playable for Thorpe. Dinski is over there as well. Thorpe shades his eyes from the sun and makes the catch for out number 1. Off the end of the bat off of Herlein. And so now Merlin Bendlin steps up. Bendlin has sacrificed today. To give you an idea of the way things have gone for Mannheim, the Disciples, everybody in the lineup has had 3 plate appearances, and Bendlin, this is only his 2nd. He laid down a very good bunt his first time, and that's a good curveball dropping in for a strike from Tito's Fun Cup. 0-1. And the 0-1, curveball again, inside corner, 0-2. That was a good pitch. Tito's starting Bendlin with those breaking pitches. Not messing around. There's the 0-2. Tried it again, this time down and away, and Bendlin did not chase. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fly ball right field. Down the line, Rosenthal in foul ground. He makes the catch. That was a good play by Joseph Rosenthal, covering a lot of ground to run down that fly ball in the corner. So there are 2 away. Let's watch this. Watch how much ground he covers. There you see Rosenthal on his horse racing along the line, and there's not a lot of room down there. And he caught it about midway through that gray warning track that you see in the screen. So 2 outs, and now Dominic Höpfner, the hitter, he has struck out, and that's it. That's his only plate appearance. 9th hitter in the order. And there's that Uncle Charlie, I guess you could call that one. The breaking ball dropping in for a strike. Yeah, nasty curveball is right. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. When Titus throws that breaking ball with confidence, I think that's when it really makes the difference for him. Fouled away because he's got that fastball with good movement. You see the ball coming back, running in on the hands of the right-hand hitter. Höpfner was late and also jammed on that pitch. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on. Breaking ball fouled away. Now that one, Titus looked like he dropped down just ever so slightly, and the ball hung a little bit. It was a little bit flatter than the previous 2 breaking balls he threw. And Höpfner was able to get a piece and foul it away. Still 1-2. Sliced foul out of play down the right field side. That was a low fastball. And the count still 1-2. Well, Van Kopf has really been in a groove. He had to pitch around an error in a single last inning. There was a walk in the 3rd inning, a walk in the 2nd inning, but then a double play. And now a fly ball to center field. Dinski is there. He is waiting for it in right center field. Finds it in the sun and grabs it for out number 3. 3 flyouts for the Mannheim Tornadoes. Nothing across the board otherwise. We go to the bottom of the 5th, halfway through, at least if we play 9 anyway. And it's 11-0, the Disciples leading the Mannheim Tornadoes. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good folks at the Brauerei Wildbräu. Getting ready for the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar. The Disciples with 5 runs in the 3rd and then 6 more in the 4th, and 11 runs on 7 hits for the Disciples. Let's see if the line score works. Yeah, it does. There you see the line score, 0-1-1 for Mannheim, 11-7-1 for the Disciples, and it'll be 2-3-4. Will Thorpe, Nate Thomas, and Drew Thomas, as the first pitch from Mateo Urban is on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Thorpe has flat out twice and been hit by a pitch. He did come around to score. That's low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mateo Urban, the 3rd pitcher for Mannheim. The game was started by Daniel Goslin. He cruised through the first 2 innings, and then the wheels fell off in the 3rd. As a ground ball towards the hole, Bustamante gets a glove on it from deep short, throws, and not in time. As Thorpe beats it out, that's a base hit. Will's first hit of the afternoon, and he is aboard here in the 5th inning. Oops, I stepped on the microphone. And Nate Thomas will step up to the plate now. Thomas 0 for 2, but he has also walked and scored. Yeah, I mentioned the game started by Daniel Goslin. And we're going to have a pinch runner at first base. It looks like Niels Schmidt is going to pinch run for Thorpe. So Schmidt will probably take over in, I'm guessing he'll go to right field and Rosenthal will go to left, but we'll see what happens in the next half inning. So Thorpe's day is over. And Schmidt, the runner at first. Nate Thomas takes a fastball high and outside for a ball. Thomas grounded out, walked and scored, flat out. Just to finish my thought on Goslin, he started from Mannheim, got through the first 2 very quickly, and then his control vacated him in the 3rd inning, and the Disciples started hitting him hard, and he was replaced by Marius Wolf, who pitched very well to get out of that 3rd inning and looked poised to get through the 4th inning. And I don't know if a blister or a fingernail or what happened, but suddenly he ran out of gas, and the Disciples have put a couple of crooked numbers up on the board. That pitch was upstairs and high for ball 3 to Nate Thomas, by the way. And so now it's Matteo Urban's time to be on the mound and get some experience. Clearly another young pitcher. Thomas taking all the way, and it's a strike on the inside corner, 3-1. They are not holding Niels Schmidt on first base. Obviously an 11-run lead, no reason for Niels to take off here. And that's outside for ball 4. So 2 on with nobody out here, and Drew Thomas steps up to the plate.
Und der nächste Thomas kommt, unsere Nummer 16, Drew Thomas an den Schlag.
And a fly ball hit to deep left center field towards the alleyway. Long way to go. That ball one hops the fence. Schmidt coming around to score. Thomas coming around to score. That's a 2-run double off the bat of Drew Thomas, and it is 13-0. Well, he was up there looking for a pitch to drive, and he got one right down the heart of the plate. And he socked it to that alleyway in left center field. It's a long ways away. And 2 runs coming in to score. Now Dinski, who has 2 doubles and a single, I think it's fair to say he should have 3 doubles. And he takes a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody out in the inning. And a strike of the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. Breaking ball from Orban is inside. 2 balls and a strike. Dinski in the 2nd inning doubled and was stranded. And then in the 3rd inning, he doubled with the bases loaded to drive home 2. Then in the 4th inning, he hit one off the wall with the bases loaded that scored 2. But he was watching it, and so he only made it to first base. So that's a single. So the count 2-2 as he swung through that one. Matteo Urban's pitch is swung on and missed, and Dinski strikes out. He chases a high fastball. And that's the first out here. And that will bring up Callum Murphy. Murphy has grounded out, and actually, no, he lined out. He hit a line drive that was caught by the second baseman Perdomo. And then he's walked twice. He also came around to score. That was last inning. So, Murphy up with a runner on second base and 1 away. The pitch is a strike right at the top of the zone, 0-1. 0-1. Inside now on the count 1-1. The Disciples with 2 more runs here in the 5th inning. Broken bat roller slowly hit out to Bustamante at short. He fields and throws to first in time. Moving to third on the play is Thomas. So Murphy is out number 2. And now David Wallace steps up to the plate. Wallace struck out in the 2nd and 3rd innings and then reached on an error and eventually scored last inning. And the pitch is low, 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, that error that Wallace reached on, that opened the door to a 6-run rally. All 6 of the runs last inning unearned because it was a 2-out error. And a little floater into shallow center field. That will drop for a base hit as Thomas comes in to score. Drew Thomas does. And the Disciples now have a 14-0 lead on the RBI single off the bat of David Wallace. And Joseph Rosenthal will step up to the plate. See, Wallace didn't hit it all that hard, but dunked it in front of the center fielder Robles. And Drew Thomas able to come home and score. And now Rosenthal steps up to the plate. And he hits a little blooper off the fists over the mound, barehanded by the pitcher Orban, and he has no play. Rosenthal too quick getting down the line, so that's an infield single. Boy, when it rains, it pours. Mannheim, they got to feel like they just can't catch a break. It's one thing when you're giving up line drives that go for doubles. It's another when the little bloopers start to fall in. Then it starts to feel like somebody's got it out for you. So Riestra, who has a single and a double and a flyout. Actually, the flyout was probably the hardest hit of all of his hits. He lined to right field with the bases loaded, and the pitch from Orban is high. 1 ball, no strikes. But this is now the 8th batter to bat in this inning. The Disciples in the 3rd sent 11. They sent 10 in the 4th, and now 8 here in the 5th. Pitch is low and gets away from Martin, but no advance by the base runners. Wallace was thinking about it and then thought the better of it. 2-0. No reason to throw more flames onto the fire. That didn't make sense. Throw gasoline in the fire. That's what I should have said. No reason to throw gasoline in the fire. 2 balls and no strikes on Riestra. Ground ball to short. Bustamante fields, goes to Perdomo, who's able to corral that throw and keep his foot on the bag for the put out. So a 5-4 fielder's choice. But the Disciples plate 3 more runs, and they lead 14-0 as we go to the 6th inning here in Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brouwerij Wildbräu. Brouwerij Wildbräu. We got to teach German people to pronounce it the American way. I think that's the contest. Send me videos of your only native German speakers. If you can say Brouwerij Wildbräu exactly like me, you will get a free Brouwerij Wildbräu on courtesy of me if you come to the ballpark. Anyway, we're going to the, what inning are we going to? Bottom of the 6th, top of the 6th. 14-0 Disciples. We move to the top of the 6th inning here in Haar, and Titus von Kopf's day is done, and it was a very good one. Titus pitched a total of 5 innings, 1 hit, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. That was excellent. 64 pitches for the young right-hander. 42 of those pitches were strikes, and he will be relieved now by the left-hander Sean Cowan. Cowan has seen limited activity in the Bundesliga, but he's pitched for the second team, and he also pitched against a travel ball team from the U.S. about a week ago. And he's the guy the Disciples really want to get some innings and get some good memories in his recent memory bank. He's had bouts of effectiveness in the Bundesliga going back a couple of years, but this year he's only pitched 1 1/3 innings, and that was against Heidenheim and Ulm. And he gave up a couple runs against Heidenheim, but very small sample size for the young left-hander. And we are ready to go. And he will deal with the top of the order. This is Carlos Perdomo, followed by Matias Robles and Luis Diaz. They were waiting for the music to get shut off. And Sean Cowan's first pitch is high for a ball. Ball, no strikes. 14-0, the Disciples leading this one. And the next one is popped up, foul territory. Long run for Saunders and the first baseman Thomas, and Thomas makes the catch as he went down to a knee. But no one really started after that ball right away. I wonder if they had trouble finding it. And now I suppose is as good as time as any to let you know that the new catcher is Ryan Saunders. Neil Schmidt is in left field. He pinch ran for Will Thorpe. There you see the nice play by Drew Thomas. So Thomas making that catch. There's one away. And, yeah, the Disciples with a couple defensive changes. Sean Cowan, of course, the new pitcher. Ryan Saunders is in the game catching. And so he goes in for Wallace. And the pitch is low to Matias Robles. 1 ball, no strikes. One 1-0 on him. The pitch, there's a strike. Cowan gets back to the 1-1 count. And the lefty comes set. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Robles, by the way, is 0 for 2. Perdomo had also been 0 for 2. Mannheim only with 1 hit in the game. Mentioned they've struggled offensively as a team this year. And the pitch, ground ball weakly hit under the glove of Cowan and juggled by Riestra, and now he has no play. Let's see how that's going to be scored. Robles reaches. It was a very slowly hit ground ball, and Riestra was charging to try to pick it up after it got past the glove of Cowan, and that's going to be an E6. I think Riestra had a play if he had fielded it cleanly. And so Luis Diaz will step up to the plate now as Robles is on first. Lefty against lefty. And the pitch to Diaz. Just missed outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Diaz has grounded out twice, grounded out and flied out, excuse me. This is the first game of a doubleheader, as this one is up and in, 2-0. Another game will follow roughly half an hour after this one ends. 2 balls and no strikes to Luis Diaz. And now it's outside, ball 3, 3-0. Well, these are the opportunities for Cowan. He needs to gain some confidence and find his ability to throw strikes. 3-0 on Diaz. And there's a strike in the count now, 3-1. That ball is ripped, and it's a fair ball past the first baseman Thomas down the line into the corner. And going from first to third is Robles, and Diaz stops at first base with a single. So the error opens the door, and now Mannheim with runners on first and third, and only one out. That ball was hit very hard by Luis Diaz. Watch it again. And it got past the dive of Thomas and went down the line, where Rosenthal retrieved it and got it back in. So first and third for Juan Martin now. Mannheim trying to at least put some runs on the scoreboard in this game. And the pitch, fly ball to center field. Dinski is there. He makes the catch. The runner Robles tags from third, and he will come home to score. The throw is offline, backed up, however, by Cowan. Sacrifice fly for Juan Martin, and that's the second out of the inning, and the score is now 14-1. No reason for Dinski to throw that ball all the way to the plate. There's no chance you're going to get the runner from third, and in a closer ball game, the runner from first would have advanced. So now Bustamante, who has singled, that's the only hit of the game. Pitches in the dirt. Saunders blocked it. Couldn't find it for a minute, but if you're the runner on first base, excuse me, that's Diaz, the runner first base. That's the second hit of the game for Mannheim. But no way Diaz is going to be going anywhere unless he's absolutely sure. 1 ball, no strikes to Bustamante. And now 2-0 as the pitch is inside. Rogelio Maldonado is on deck. Two 2-0, and now it's outside 3-0. Well, Bustamante will be taking here. And he takes ball 4. So Cowan in this inning. There's been an error, a single, and now the walk. Of course, that run is unearned. Rogelio Maldonado is going to step up to the plate. And the breaking ball from Cowan is inside for a ball. Maldonado 0 for 2 in this game. There's a strike over the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ground ball again under the glove of Cowan, this time fielded by Riestra, who takes it to the bag himself. And that will end the inning, but an unearned run comes across. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and there were 2 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It is 14-1. The Disciples leading this one. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good folks of the Brauerei Wildbräu.
Und ich freue mich sehr, ihn wiederzusehen. Da ist unsere Nummer 30, Daniel Patrice.
So Daniel Patrice will pinch hit for Simon Lechner to start things, and he'll do so against the new pitcher, Rex Helmig. Mentioned Patrice had an ankle injury a couple of weeks ago, or about a week and a half ago, and he's been nursing that, but he's the leading hitter on the Disciples. And he looks at a ball outside. Patrice hitting .474. He's got 11 doubles, 27 hits and 57 at-bats. That leads the team in hits and doubles, of course. He has been money at the plate. And he takes ball 2. The new pitcher is Rex Helmig. Helmig has only pitched 2/3 of an inning this year. That was in over the span of 3 games, one of which was against the Disciples. He got 1 out in a game back when the Disciples were visiting Mannheim. 2-0. Popped foul over my head, out of play. We're good. You know, I didn't set up the tent today. That probably means I should have brought my glove, right? 2 balls and 1 strike. Fouled away again, and the count even, 2-2. Oh, the first 2 innings of this game sort of looked like it was going to just breeze right along and be a pitcher's duel. Well, nope. It's 14-1. Things fell apart in the 3rd inning for Mannheim. The scoring was started by Simon Lechner's 2-run triple to deep right field. And they basically did not look back from there. There's a base hit to left field. What else is new for Daniel Patrice? And he's able to run his way to first base. So he singles. And I think we're going to have a pinch runner. And we will have a pinch runner.
Attaboy, Frenchie.
So Daniel Jager is going to pinch run for Daniel Patrice. So the old use a relief pitcher as a pinch runner move. Don't see that very much anymore these days. Niels Schmidt, this is his first at bat. He came into the game for Thorpe about an inning ago, and he takes a strike. Schmidt, a right-hand hitter with power, hitting at 146 hits in 43 at bats. There's another strike on the outside corner. Nice pitch from Rex Helmig. And the count 0-2. Jager now being held on first base, of course. That's in the dirt and blocked. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, we got another one after this. And the 1-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back. And you can see that Juan Martin, the catcher, was a little disappointed he wasn't able to squeeze that one. One ball, 2 strikes. And a ground ball slowly hit to deep short. Bustamante goes to second. There's one, the relay to first, not in time. So Jager is retired, 6-4 on the force. And Schmidt reaches on the fielder's choice. So now Nate Sean Thomas steps up to the plate. Nate Thomas today has not had a base hit, but he's walked twice and scored twice, 0 for 2 besides that. And Rex Helmig's pitch, swung on and missed. Thomas had a healthy cut at that one, you could say. Ball popped out of Juan Martin's mitt for a moment. Niels Schmidt now the runner on first base with 1 down. And a little breaking ball floats over the outside edge, 0-2. Not sure if that's a changeup or what. It just sort of dropped in there. And Helmig out in front, 0-2. And he gets him swinging. Thomas way out in front. 3 pitches, and he is taken care of by Helmig. And there are 2 away. Let's watch this pitch from the center field camera, see what it looks like. That must be a changeup. Now Drew Thomas. Thomas drove a deep double to the alleyway in left center field his last time up. Besides that, he's walked twice. And he fouls that one right back here. Strike 1. Outside and low. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch. That's low. This one skips away from Martin. And Schmidt is going to just stay put at first base. I wonder how surprised Martin will be to see that Schmidt stayed there. So just a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike. Ground ball to deep short. Bustamante to his right fields it and flips it to second for the force, and that will do it. So the Disciples get a hit, but nothing else. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. We go to the 7th inning here in Haar. It is 14-1 in favor of the Disciples. Game 1 of a doubleheader. Haar Disciples baseball is brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the top of the 7th inning here in Haar. You can see the score right there, 14-1 in favor of the Disciples. Sean Cowan, for his 2nd inning of work, is going to deal with 7-8-9. First pitch is high to Moritz Hörlein, the DH. Followed by Hörlein is Merlin Benlin and Dominik Höfner. And the next pitch on the way from Sean Cowan, coming right now. Popped up, right side, drifting towards the line, Thomas and Rosenthal. Rosenthal calling, and he catches it in foul ground. 1 away. That's a pop fly into that no man's land area down right field line, and Rosenthal, with good speed playing on that side of the field, was able to cover a lot of ground and provide some relief for both Murphy and Thomas as they were headed in that direction. And he made the catch rather easily. So now the hitter is Merlin Bendlin. And the Pitch is outside for ball one. Cowan pitched around an error, a single, and a walk last inning. Did not allow, well, he did allow one unearned run. Now one quick out here. Fastball strike, and the count 1-1. Bendline has sacrificed and flied out. He's 0 for 1. Only 2 hits in the game from Mannheim. As a pitch outside, 2-1. We have a single off the bat of Bustamante. That was in the 4th inning, and then Luis Diaz's single last inning. That's been the entirety of the offense in this game for Mannheim. They've had a couple of walks here and there, but there's a swing and a foul back to the screen. Titus von Kopf issued 2 walks. Cowan has walked 1. And then the error, so there's only a few other base runners besides the 2 hits. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out, nobody on base in the 7th. That's lined fouled on the right field line and out of play. Still 2-2. And the pitch is way outside. Curveball slipped out of his fingers, looked like. And the count full. Cowan with the payoff. That's popped up into short right field. Rosenthal is there, and he's got this one for the 2nd out. And so 2 quick outs now, and that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Dominic Hüpfner. Hüpfner struck out and flied out. This is his 3rd plate appearance. And Cowan, the lefty, from the stretch deals. Fly ball to center field, and Dinski, as long as he can see it, is going to catch this one. He's under it and makes the play. So a good inning, 3 flyouts. 2 to right, 1 to center. The 7th inning is over, nothing across the board for the Mannheim Tornadoes. It's time to stretch now here in Haar. The bottom of the 7th coming up. 14-1 is your score. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Right, that's the ball game. The ball game's over. The ball game ended. It's yeah, it was more than 10 runs. 14-1 is more than 10 runs, and that's the way the day's been for me. We're just getting started here, Haar Disciples Baseball. Did I mention we're brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu? I have not had any yet. That would be a good excuse if I had, but I have not. So the Disciples win game 1 by a score of 14-1. 14 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors, and then 1, 2, and 1 for the Mannheim Tornadoes. We will have game 2 shortly after this, I would say at about shortly before 4 p.m. So 15:21 is when this game ended. So 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's a pretty quick ball game. So we'll be back. I'm going to leave the stream on, and we will be back for game 2 at about, let's say 10 minutes to 4. That's my best guess. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the start of Game 2 of this doubleheader. The Haar Disciples winning Game 1 by a handy score of 14-1. And we're about 5 minutes before 4 p.m. here on Saturday, June the 11th. It has been an absolutely gorgeous afternoon, and still a nice crowd here on hand at the ballpark. Just beautiful weather. This is what you call beer garden weather. And the beer gardens are going to be super full today, but here there's lots of room. You can bring the family. There's green grass. You can set up your blanket and your picnic blanket and bring your picnic basket as well. And just a beautiful day for baseball. So right now, you see Juan Martin, the coach of the Tornadoes, and Alex Tufts, the coach for the Disciples, shaking hands with the umpires. The umpires have rotated. Andreas Pickler will be calling balls and strikes here in Game 2. Ozzy Scharf down the first baseline, and Lars Derling will be down the third baseline. And the lineup for the Mannheim Tornadoes looks pretty similar to the first game, a few small changes. Carlos Perdomo, the second baseman, leads off. Matias Robles, the center fielder, bats second. Luis Diaz, the first baseman, bats third. Juan Martin is going to DH Game 2. He bats cleanup. Oscar Bustamante, the shortstop, bats fifth. Rogelio Maldonado, the left fielder, bats sixth. And Moritz Höhlein, who DH'd in Game 1, he will catch Game 2. He bats seventh. Merlin Bendlin, the third baseman, bats eighth. And Dominic Hüfner is going to bat ninth. He is playing right field. And they are going to do so against Zach Treese of the Haar Disciples. Treese pitched well in the game that he pitched against Mannheim earlier this season. Overall, he's got an ERA of 3.53, as you see the Disciples taking the field. Treese, a record of 4-2, 49 strikeouts in 51 1/3 innings pitched. He's pretty much a contact pitcher, but he's pitched very well. In fact, he's pitched 7 innings exactly in all of his starts so far. This is his 5th start of the year. Back in May the 7th of 2022 against Mannheim, he pitched 7 innings, and that was his high strikeout performance. He struck out 11 Mannheim Tornadoes. So Treese is going to be backed up defensively by Nate Thomas at third. Francisco Riestra is at short. Simon Lechner is going to play second base here in Game 2, as Callum Murphy will be the DH. And Drew Thomas is playing first base. Behind the plate doing the catching, Will Thorpe as well. Thorpe played left field in Game 1. So Thorpe is going to be working with Treese. In the outfield, you have Joseph Rosenthal back where he's normally situated in left field. David Dinski in center field. And Titus von Kopf, who pitched 5 solid innings and got the win in Game 1, he is going to play right field in Game 2. So Zach Treese throwing his warm-up pitches, and we will see this ball game probably going to start almost exactly 4 p.m. We will keep an eye on the clock. Right now it's 3:57 as Treese is throwing his final warm-up pitches. As with the opening game win, the Disciples now have a record of 13-6, and Mannheim 3-14. Well, that's a tough way for the Mannheim Tornadoes to start this season. Obviously, it's a 28-game season. We are more than halfway through. And the Disciples going to try and sweep the doubleheader here. And sweep, in fact, all 4 games against Mannheim. They have won 3 in a row. And the first pitch of the game from Treese is fouled away, strike 1. It doinks off the pole, and we are underway. 0-1 to Carlos Perdomo. Perdomo in Game 1 was 0 for 3. Mannheim only had 2 hits in Game 1. The combination of Titus von Kopf and Sean Cowan. There's a swing and a foul again. Strike 2, Treese working quickly, and he's very quickly ahead of Perdomo. Nothing into the count. You're not used to seeing the Mannheim Tornadoes with a record of 3-14. They've historically, obviously, they're one of the most decorated franchises in the Bundesliga, but even in recent years, there's a ground ball slapped to the second baseman, Lechner, and he makes the play to first. Even in recent years, they've always been one of those teams where you really have to be careful, and this year they have really struggled, and so you hope to see them turn that around, of course, in the future. You can see, they were trying to develop some young pitching, but you're not used to seeing the offensive struggles that they have had this year, especially in the ballpark that they play in. But that's why the game of baseball is so unpredictable. So now Matias Robles, the center fielder, and he is hit by the first pitch. And so he will take first base. Matrice, a fastball looked like, and it was running up and in, and that drilled him on the left elbow. So Robles is aboard. And now Luis Diaz. Diaz had one of the 2 hits in the first game. Diaz is a flat-out good hitter. In that game, he was 1 for 3. But I can remember going back into past years, Luis Diaz always swings the bat well. Left-hand hitter, he's got power. The pitch, that ball hit in the air to right field off the end of the bat. Von Kopf is over, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Diaz didn't quite get the sweet spot on that one. Otherwise, it would have carried a lot further. But Titus, as it was, did not have to travel very far to make that play. So there are 2 away. And that'll bring up Juan Martin. Martin, the designated hitter. He, in the first game, had a walk, a sacrifice fly to drive in the only run, and then reached on an error. So actually, he was on base twice. Right-hand hitter, and there goes the runner from first. The pitch taken for a ball. Thorpe's throw is high, and stolen base for Robles. And there's a runner in scoring position with 2 outs here in the first inning. So Juan Martin with a chance to give his team an early lead against Zach Treese and the Disciples. Martin, who recently took over as the main head coach for this team. He's been a staple with the Mannheim Tornadoes going back years. I don't remember off the top of my head the first year he was with them. Swung on and missed. Good slider from Treese outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Treese, one of those guys, he really hides the ball well. Everybody knows about his slider, but he's also got, I think, a split-fingered fastball. And his secret to success is obviously living on the corners. Off the end of the bat, lifted to short right center field. Simon Lechner is there, and he makes the catch. So the hit, batter, and stolen base does not amount to anything. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left at the end of a half inning. Here in game 2, no score between the Tornadoes and the Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brouwerij Wildbräu. Say that 3 times fast. Everybody with me. Brouwerij Wildbräu, Brouwerij Wildbräu, Brouwerij Wildbräu. Moving to the bottom of the first inning, and the right-hander on the mound for the Mannheim Tornadoes is the 26-year-old right-hander from Monterrey, Mexico, Ferlon Gisbertha. He has had some experience pitching in the Mexican League. That was back in 2019. And you can see he's a pretty hard-throwing right-hander. So far this year in the Bundesliga, he's 0-3 in 20 1/3 innings pitched with an ERA of almost 13. He has not yet pitched against the Haar Disciples. And he has not pitched very long. He's only thrown, this will be his 5th appearance. His longest outing was 4 2/3 back on May the 28th against the Legionnaire in Regensburg. That was his last appearance. And his longest appearance, prior to that, he pitched 1 inning against Heidenheim 2 against Mainz and 2 against Ulm. So the right-hander will go to work against Simon Lechner, Thorpe, and Nate Thomas to start things off for the Disciples. And Gisbertha's first pitch is down low, bounces in there, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. The church bells are ringing here in Haar as the game started a few minutes before 4 o'clock. Saturday afternoon. Lechner takes a fastball, missed inside, 2-0. And the pitch. Missed outside, 3-0. Now looking at the numbers for Gisbertha, 36 walks in 20 in the third innings, and he's behind 3-0, and that's been the big problem. There's a strike on the outside corner, 3-1. You can see he's got a live arm. He comes directly over the top, works from the first base side of the rubber. 3-1 on Simon Lechner. And he's upstairs for ball 4. And Lechner is aboard. That's the way game 2 begins, and that will bring up Will Thorpe. Thorpe is catching. Lechner, by the way, in the first game had a big day. He had that triple and a walk, plus a single. Scored 2 runs and drove in 2. Thorpe singled and was hit by a pitch and also scored 2 runs himself in the first game. Will was playing left field in the first game. Now he's catching. Lechner on first base, a short lead. The pitch is a strike right at the knees on the outside corner. It's a good life on the fastball from Fairlone Gisbertha. And a curve at the top of the zone. That one dropping right in there. Some good stuff from the right-hander. And he's way ahead of Thorpe. Those are 2 borderline pitches right at the knees and 1 right at the top of the zone. There goes, well, Lechner had faked and the ball actually is fouled away, so the count remains 0-2. Nobody out, bottom of the first. And another off-speed pitch. Thorpe able to fight it off. No balls, 2 strikes. After Thorpe, you have Nate Thomas, then Drew Thomas. In fact, the lineup is identical, almost identical the first game. The last 4, there's 1 switch, with Titus von Kopf entering the lineup in the 6th hole. He switched with Murphy. 0-2 to Thorpe. And it's down and away. Blocked by Höhlein. And the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Thorpe, one of those guys, he will shorten up, choke up a little bit with 2 strikes, try to put the ball in play. He does not strike out all that much. One and 2. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. They appeal. The ball gets away, and Thorpe did not swing. Meanwhile, Lechner is going to make it all the way to third base because Höhlein was busy with the appeal and did not go after the ball. And so the wild pitch allows 2 bases to be taken by Simon Lechner. And it was actually the pitcher, Gisbertha, who ran all the way to the backstop to get that wild pitch. So he threw it, and then he went and got it. I think that they thought they were going to get a strike call on that, and Ozzie Scharf said no swing. So the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Thorpe with a chance to give the Disciples a lead, and there's nobody out in the inning. Infield is back. They will trade a run for a ground ball out here. Of course, Gisbertha wants a strikeout. Here's the 2-2. That ball is fisted down the left field line. That's going to go foul. He sort of hooked it. Looked like he hit it off the handles. And Thorpe able to fight that one off and lives to see another pitch. Hey, Dr. No Skills, why don't you wave to the center field camera so everybody see you. See, Dr. No Skills running the outfield camera. Just introduce you to the people. People, Dr. No Skills. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Will Thorpe. Nobody out, runner on third. And it's down low, blocked nicely by Herline. Good at bat by Thorpe as the count is now full. Somebody got to teach the organist a few new tunes. The pitch to Thorpe is low for ball 4. Good at bat. He was behind 0-2. In between there was the wild pitch, and then he eventually fouled off a couple of tough pitches and drew the walk. So the Disciples now have runners on first and third. With still nobody out, Nate Sean Thomas will step up to the plate. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Thomas in the first game walked twice and scored twice. Other than that, he was 0 for 3. So let's see what happens here. He's dealing with Fairlund Gisbertha, runners on first and third. Thorpe not going. The pitch goes to the backstop. Here comes Lechner. He will score easily. Second wild pitch of the inning, and the Disciples lead 1-0. Thorpe also taking a big turn at second base, and he decides to go back. So a couple of wild pitches. One which gave Lechner 2 bases, and the next one which allows him to come around and score. Ball 1 to Nate Thomas. So the Disciples quickly on the board here. They won the first game handily, 14-1. And they have taken a 1-0 lead here. 1-0 to Nate Thomas. And Fairlund Gisbertha comes set. Checks on Thorpe. And a fastball paints the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Still nobody out. The 1-1. Breaking ball is in the dirt. That was a good block by Herline. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, the inning began with Lechner drawing a walk, and he eventually scored thanks to 2 wild pitches. 2 walks to start the game. 1 to Lechner, 1 to Thorpe, and the count 2-1 on Nate Thomas. And now it's 3-1. And ball 4. So Thomas will take first. 3 walks to start the game, and now Drew Thomas will step up to the plate. And Drew, in the first game, had 2 hits. He had a single and a double. No, excuse me, he had just a double. He walked twice, drove in 3, scored 2 himself. So the Chicago native, another chance to drive in some runs here. First and second, nobody out. Infield back, they would love a double play. And the pitch is inside for ball 1. Well, I mentioned the 36 walks in 20-plus innings for the right-hander Gisbertha. And he's walked 3 already here. There's nobody out. Patience is the name of the game. There's a strike. That was a good pitch down at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike. Looked like a little cutter. It was fading slightly away from the hitter, perhaps. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fairlund Gisbertha to Drew Thomas. And a good breaking ball. That one on the inside corner. That's the first. Well, it's not the first. I think it's the second really good breaking ball that we've seen thrown for a strike from Gisbertha. He threw one to Thorpe also. That one was much more on the inside corner. The one he threw to Thorpe was a lot higher, but still pretty good break on that pitch. 1-2 now on Thomas. And here it comes. In the dirt, and Herlein keeps it in front of him. However, Thorpe alertly takes third. That's another wild pitch. 3 wild pitches in the inning. As Nate decided to stay put at first base. First and third with still nobody out, and the count 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Drew Thomas. And Fairlone Gisbertha comes set. There goes Nate Sean from first. The pitch is low. They appeal, no swing, so Nate Sean Thomas steals second base. The Disciples showing no mercy with a struggling pitcher here. They only have 1 run in, and now with runners in second and third, a full count on Drew Thomas. David Dinski is on deck. Nobody out in the inning. Thomas had that bag stolen, even if the pitch had been in there. But Herlein had no chance. The 3-2. Swung on and missed a pitch in the dirt, blocked by Herlein. He checks the runner, throws to first in time. And so that's the first out of the inning. Thomas strikes out. That was well executed by the catcher, Mo Herlein, as kept the ball in front of him. The pitch is down in the dirt by design. And Thomas with 2 strikes trying to protect, chased it. And it was a good job by Herlein to both check the runner and then make a good throw to first base. So there's one away. Runners on second and third for David Dinski. Dinski in the first game was absolutely crushing the ball. He had 2 doubles and a single. Dinger Dinski. Dr. No Skills with the old nickname, Dinger Dinski. And the pitch has not yet been made. We're just waiting for Gisbertha to get on the mound. He's there and ready. And the pitch coming right now. That's a curveball, a little bit too high. 1 ball, no strikes. One ball, no strikes. One 0 to Dinski. Swung on and missed a pitch down in the dirt. Dinski chasing. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's the 1-1 on the way. And that curveball catches the inside corner, 1-2 now. So Gisbertha has found that curveball a little bit more successfully the last 5 or 6 pitches. He's made a couple of nice ones, and now he's ahead 1-2 after he struck out Thomas with the bases loaded, with runners on second and third. 1 ball and 2 strikes in the dirt. Dinski not chasing that one, so it's now 2-2. 3 walks and 3 wild pitches. That's the way the runs have scored. The run has scored, rather. Disciples leading 1-0. Dinski with a 2-2 count. That's in the dirt. But Herlein has already had a lot of work to do there behind the plate, and we're only in the first inning. In case you're ever wondering why most catchers don't really like catching both ends of doubleheaders, this is why. But he's been all over the place trying to block. There's been a number of pitches in the dirt that he has successfully blocked. Full count on Dinski. And that's way outside. Tried the curveball. That's the 4th walk of the inning. And the bases are loaded for Titus van Kopf. Van Kopf, who did not bat in the first game because he was busy throwing 5 shutout innings, comes in with the second highest batting average on the team. He's hitting .429, 15 hits and 35 at bats. He has been money for the Disciples, both at the plate and on the mound. Right-hand hitter. He has 2 doubles. He has only walked once, but he has also only struck out 6 times. So he's a guy who puts the ball in play, and that's what the Disciples would love here. Meanwhile, Gisbertha stepped off and faked towards third. Thorpe went dancing back. No more of those fake to third, throw to first Roger Clemens moves. That was outlawed several years ago. But if you step off, you can do that. There's the pitch to Titus, and he fouls it away inside, strike 1. Titus is the number 6 hitter in the order. One strike. Gisbertha from the stretch, bases loaded. And it's low. 1 ball and 1 strike now. And a good fastball on the inside corner, 1-2. Well, a pitcher like this can be extremely tough and frustrating if you're the hitter, because someone who is so prone to being this wild can also make some really tough pitches. That was a good, might have been a cutter running back over the inside corner. Pitch looked like it backed up just a little bit. 1-2 on Van Kopf. And a ground ball to the right side. Fielded by Perdomo, he goes to shortstop to get the force out. And coming home and thrown out at home plate, Nathan Thomas. So 1 run had scored. That was Thorpe. But then the second runner, Thomas, is cut down trying to score. I think he expected them to go for a ground ball double play there. However, the Disciples take a lead 2-0. So give Van Kopf an RBI. That's a fielder's choice. He reaches. Dinski was thrown out for 6, and then Nate Thomas was thrown out 6-2. So the Disciples with 2 runs on no hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. We go to the second inning here in Haar. It is 2-0. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brouwerij Wildbräu. So we move to the top of the second inning. The Disciples leading 2-0 after that fielder's choice ground out. And Zach Treese will go to work, and he'll deal with 5, 6, and 7. Oscar Bustamante, Rogelio Maldonado, and Moritz Herlein. The first pitch is inside to Bustamante, ball 1. Oscar in game 1 was 1 for 2. He had a single and a walk. And that pitch is high, 2-0. Bustamante had one of the two hits. A little flare down the left field line that dropped in for a single. 2-0 the pitch. That's outside, ball 3. So Treese wants, of course, to retire the side as quickly as possible after his team went out and scored him a couple runs. And ball 4, a 4-pitch walk. Not the beginning he was looking for, so Bustamante is on first base. And that will bring up Rogelio Maldonado. Maldonado in the first game was 0 for 3. Did make a nice catch in left field. He made a nice tumbling catch. And he squared to bunt, but pulled it back and took the pitch high. Bustamante staying put at first base. Let's see if he does that again here. One ball, no strikes. He squares, pulls it back, and the pitch is in for a strike. So maybe just a decoy, and the count 1-1. Bustamante at first base. Pretty short lead. He's going. The pitch is flared to center field, a base hit over the head of the second baseman, Simon Lechner. He tried to deke Bustamante, make it look like he was going to catch it in the air, but it's a base hit. So Mannheim with something going. They have runners on first and second with nobody out. I was going to say that Bustamante actually had stolen 4 out of 5 bases, so wasn't out of question that he would take off there. And he was somewhat lucky that the ball was not flared directly to the second baseman Lechner, because that would have been a double play. However, Maldonado was able to get enough of it to get it over Lechner's head. And so now Moritz Höhlein, the catcher with 2 on and nobody out, he squares and he offered at it. That's a strike, as Treese threw the slider down and away and Höhlein missed it. Höhlein in the first game was 0 for 2 with a walk. Nothing in 1 from Treese to Höhlein. And that one is high, 1-1. We're in the second inning. Treese, the right-hander from Hot Springs, Arkansas. This is his second year pitching for the Haar Disciples. And the 1-1 pulled foul into the Haar dugout along the third baseline. 1-2 the count. And I see some young Chicago White Sox fans coming into the ballpark today. Might have to interview them to figure out what the psychology of being a White Sox fan in 2022 is. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hey, that's a perfect count for an intentional walk. Oh, I'm so sorry. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And they check on Bustamante at second base, and he dives back. Little inside information. Those White Sox fans are very close friends of mine, so I'm allowed to troll them on the live broadcast. One ball and 2 strikes the count on Moritz Höhlein. Bustamante, the runner at second. Maldonado at first. Treese comes set. There's nobody out. The pitch, breaking ball. Strike 3 is called. And Höhlein not pleased with that, but that's out number 1. Thorpe had popped out of the crouch. That's a good pitch. The way Thorpe pops out of the crouch, you figured it might have made it look like a worse pitch than it really was, but that one looked like it had the corner. And so 1 away, and now Merlin Bendlin, the hitter, the third baseman. He, in the first game, was 0 for 2. He did lay down a very good sacrifice bunt. Although with 1 out here, I don't think he'll do that now. There's a strike, pops off the glove of Thorpe, but not far enough for any advance by Bustamante. Strike 1. The Disciples won the first game by a score of 14-1. Strike 1 to Merlin Bendlin. Breaking ball, that's a little bit low and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the next one coming, line drive, just over the leap of Simon Lechner into right center field, and it gets past Titus von Kopp and goes all the way to the gap. 1 run is in. They're waving around the second run. Maldonado coming to the plate. He will score. This game is tied at 2. Well, Simon Lechner timed his leap perfectly, and it just was right over his glove, and then it scooted past von Kopp in right field and went all the way to the alleyway. And that allowed both runs to come around and score. So Bustamante scores, Maldonado scores, and Merlin Bendlin is going to get himself a 2-run double to tie the game. And in the span of 4 hitters, the Tornadoes have matched their entire offensive output from the first game. This ball game is tied at 2. And now Dominic Hüpfner swings and tops one fouled on the third base line. 1 strike to count. That was a nice piece of hitting by Merlin Bendlin after Herland had failed to get the bunt down. Bendlin with a game-tying double. 0-1 on Hüpfner. Fastball strike on the inside corner at the letters, 0-2. There's only 1 out in the inning, as Treese has had to work a little bit harder this inning than he would have wanted to. Of course, he wanted to throw a goose egg up there, and instead we have a tie ball game. The pitch, breaking ball, strike 3. That was a good pitch from Treese to Hüpfner, and there are 2 down. 2 strikeouts in the inning, 1 looking, and this one swinging. Both, however, on that big breaking ball. That's a nasty pitch. And Hüpfner right over the top. So 2 down. Now the top of the order, Carlos Perdomo. And Perdomo slices one to left field off the end of the bat. That lands for a hit. And here comes the throw to the plate on the fly, and he is out. A great throw by Joseph Rosenthal in left field to cut down Merlin Bendlin trying to score. So a base hit, and then the throw goes 7-2 to get Bendlin. Let's watch that one on the replay. That was a great throw from Rosenthal. It was a breaking ball, a little slider, hit it off the end of the bat, and watch Rosenthal come in. You could see that play developing, and on the fly all the way to Thorpe, and an easy play at home plate to tag out Bendlin. The inning is over, however, the game is tied at 2. We go to the bottom of the second inning. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to the bottom of the second inning as Callum Murphy, Joseph Rosenthal, and Francisco Riestra will go to work against Fairlone Gisbertha, who was very wild and allowed 2 runs without allowing a hit in the first inning. And you know how they say a guy makes a great play and bats second in the next inning? Oh, wait, that's not what they say. Guy makes a great play and leads off the next inning. But, you know, close enough. There's the 1-0. Swung on and foul tipped into the mitt of Herlein. 1-1. Murphy in the first game walked twice and grounded out twice. And a big cut, nothing there, 1-2. Murphy did score a run after he drew one of those walks. 1 ball, 2 strikes, Fairlone Gisbertha dealing, and curveball. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. And there's 1 away. Second strikeout for Gisbertha. Let's look at this on the instant replay. A little bit of a knee buckle. And so now Joseph Rosenthal, who made that great throw to end the second inning, he will come up to the plate with 1 out, nobody on. Rosenthal singled and walked. Actually, he singled twice and walked in the first game. Some happy kids running around. Pitch is a strike on the inside corner at the letters. So suddenly Gisbertha able to get ahead in the count. Breaking ball, that one is upstairs. Well, they got a real good organ player here in Haar. I wonder who that is. One ball and 1 strike, and that pitch is low. 2-1. Although the organ player, he does need to expand his repertoire like the Dodgers guy does. Who I think there's only about 6 tunes in the repertoire. 2 balls and 1 strike on Joseph Rosenthal. And now it's 3-1. And Rosenthal taps that one back to the screen. So the count now full 3-2. Now Gisbertha has shown that he does have a good breaking ball when he can execute it. So 3-2, you wonder if he would try one here with Rosenthal. If he finds the command on his pitches, you can see that he would be a tough customer. 3-2 on Rosenthal with 1 out and the pitch. Fly ball to right field. This is sending Höfner back, but he's got plenty of room to haul it in. And that's the 2nd out. That'll bring up Francisco Riestra. Riestra playing shortstop. Today he played shortstop in the first game. Normally he's been playing third base, but he was 2 for 4 in game 1, including a single and a double. 2 runs batted in and a run scored. He also hit a long fly ball that was caught with the bases loaded. So he swung the bat well in game 1. 2 outs, nobody on in the second. And the pitch to him. That's a strike at the knees on the outside corner. So Gisbertha trying to come back and forget the memory of that first inning in which he walked 3 and threw 3 wild pitches. And now the pitch. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Riestra swinging over the top of a slider. That's the other song the organ player knows. Swung on and missed. A very good inning for Fairlone Gisbertha. 2 strikeouts for him. And nothing across the board for the Disciples. So we go to the 3rd inning, tied at 2. 2-3-0 for the Tornadoes. 2-0-0 for the Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Moving to the top of the third inning. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 for the Mannheim Tornados. Matias Robles, Luis Diaz, and Juan Martin against Zach Treese. Treese gave up 2 runs on a couple of hits. 3 hits, in fact, last inning, 2 singles and a double. The big hit was the 2-run double off the bat of Merlin Bendlein. And Robles, who was hit by a pitch and stole second base, but then advanced no further, he will step up here for his second plate appearance against Treese. And the right-hander's pitch is low and outside for a ball. This ball chopped on the ground under the glove of Thomas into left field. That's a base hit for Robles. That would have been a tough pick to make. Thomas went down to a knee and went into a slide rather, and the ball skipped under his glove. So leadoff single for Robles. And that'll bring up Luis Diaz. This is the dangerous part of the order, especially Diaz and Martin from Mannheim. Diaz grounds one past the dive of Drew Thomas into right field for a base hit. Stopping at second base is Robles, and so 2 ground ball singles, and Mannheim is in business. And now Juan Martin steps up to the plate. Let's watch the replay of this. First pitch swinging, hard ground ball past Drew Thomas. And Titus von Kopf getting it back in as quickly as he can. So the Disciples would love to get a double play here. Juan Martin, who popped out his first time. And he swings at the first pitch and pops it up. Foul territory for Drew Thomas. He's got it. That's the first out. Well, the last 3 pitches Zach Treese has thrown have all been put in play. 2 singles and a pop out. And so now Oscar Bustamante, and if Treese can get a ground ball, he could get out of this as quickly as he was into this. Bustamante reached and scored in his first at-bat. I cannot read my handwriting. The pitch is a strike to him. To go to the e-scoring to find out what he did. He walked. That's what he did in his previous at-bat. There's a fly ball to left field for Rosenthal. He's under it along the line and makes the catch. And there are 2 down. Well, 2 singles to start very quickly, and suddenly, very quickly, there are now 2 outs, and the hitter is Rogelio Maldonado. And whenever I hear this song, I think of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's what I think of. And today's a day off. There's just about nothing better I can imagine doing with a day like today, besides hanging out at the ballpark. Maldonado lines one. That's a base hit into right center field. Around third, Robles. He is being waved home, and the ball gets past Dinski. 1 run scores, and now Diaz is being waved to the plate. He scores. That's got to be a single with 1 run batted in, and the second run probably scoring on an error by the center fielder David Dinski as he overran the ball. And Mannheim now leads 4-2. So a single for Maldonado, and then an E8 is what I'm going to write. Let's wait to see, I guess, what the official scorer says. And it's 4-2. So give Maldonado at least 1 RBI on that for sure. And the hitter now is Moritz Höhlein. And the pitch is a breaking ball in the outside corner for a strike. And another breaking ball swung on and missed. Now so far no error has gone up on the scoreboard on that, so maybe they just gave him a double. We will find out in a moment. 0-2. And there's a ground ball pulled to the shortstop, Riestra. The ball takes a big hop right before it gets to him, but he makes the play anyway. Good play by Francisco to throw out Herlein and end the inning. But the Tornadoes take the lead. They get 3 hits and 2 runs. And waiting to see if there was an error or not. In any case, there was 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 3rd. It is 4-2 Mannheim. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Mannheim leading 4-2. And the top of the order, Simon Lechner, Will Thorpe, and Nate Thomas going to do battle for the 2nd time against the right-hander Ferlon Gisbertha. Gisbertha had a rough 1st inning. He walked 3 and threw 3 wild pitches, but then he retired the side with 2 strikeouts in order in the 2nd. So let's see what he can do now that he's been given the lead. The first pitch is low to Lechner, ball 1. Lechner walked and eventually scored on the 2nd of those 3 wild pitches that Gisbertha threw. And the next one on the way. There's a strike on the outside corner, 1-1 to Simon. So that base hit off the bat of Maldonado last half inning was actually just ruled a double. No error was given on the play, so it's a double, so then you would give him 2 runs batted in. There's the next one on the way. Lechner takes a ball down and in, 2-1. After Lechner, Will Thorpe and Nate John Thomas. And Gisbertha deals. Strike on the outside corner, 2-2.
Okay, Simon. Let's go, Simon.
And the pitch. Check swing on a breaking ball down in the dirt. They appeal. He did not go. And even if he had, he would have had plenty of time to run first base, as the catcher Herlein could not find the ball. So the count full, 3-2. That's one of those in-between situations. If you're the hitter, you don't want to alert the umpire to the fact that you may have gone. You want to act like you know you didn't swing at that, so therefore why would you run to first base? But on the other hand, if they do say you went, then you should go. That ball slapped fouled on the 3rd base line, so the count remains 3-2. You don't want to influence the umpire into thinking, oh, you definitely went. So that's one of those things where hitters get caught in between. It's kind of tough to know what to do. The 3-2, check swing, fastball was too high, and he did not swing at this one either. So Lechner has walked for the 2nd time, and he is aboard to start things here in the 3rd. That'll bring up Will Thorpe. Thorpe also walked. And he came around to score on that fielder's choice. So Lechner on first base, Thorpe at the plate, nobody out. 4-2 Mannheim. Bottom of the third. The pitch from Gisbertha is a fastball right through there. Strike one. Last inning, Gisbertha threw his breaking ball right on the edges for strikes. And there's a check on Lechner. Lechner barely off the bag. That was the little courtesy look. And Fairlone Gisbertha comes set. Pitch on the way. Popped straight up, right center field. Can anyone see it? Hüpfner is in, and he makes the catch. And Lechner is off first base, and he is doubled off. That is a base running mistake by Simon Lechner. It looked for a moment like maybe the ball was going to drop in as Hüpfner. I don't think he picked it up right away. But by the time he caught it, Lechner was way off the bag, and he was doubled off rather easily. So, 2 down. As the play goes 9-3. And so now Nate Sean Thomas will step up with 2 outs and nobody on. I mean, if that ball drops in, Lechner's probably going to be forced at second, but you can't get doubled off like that. There's a strike to Nate Thomas. Thomas walked and was eventually thrown out at home trying to score on the force play. There's the pitch. That's outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, 1-2. Thomas with a hefty cut at that one, came up empty. So Fairlone Gisbertha, who looked extremely wild in the first inning, has settled in so far in the second and with 2 outs in the third. There's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. The ball gets away, and Thomas is going to reach. So it's a strikeout, but a wild pitch. And that will allow Thomas to extend the inning. That's the 4th wild pitch. Gisbertha all over the place with his breaking stuff. And so Thomas at first base, look for him to run, especially with Drew Thomas at the plate. Although Thomas, I think, he actually only has 1 stolen base this year, but he's a guy who will steal. So Drew Thomas steps up there. The pitch fouled away. Thomas with a good cut. Drew, that is. You got 2 Thomases batting right one after the other in the batting order. Drew Thomas struck out his first time. Nate Thomas is on first base. 1 strike. And Fairlone Gisbertha comes set. A long hold. And eventually Drew asks for time, and Nate was taken off on that. That's exactly what Gisbertha is doing. He's trying to disrupt Nate Thomas's timing. That's why he held the ball for such a long time. And we'll do it all over again. 1 strike, the count. There are 2 outs in the inning. There goes Nate. Breaking ball is a strike. Throw to second base is into center field. Thomas is going to get up and motor on to third. So that's a stolen base and an errant throw on the catcher. That's an E2. And Nate is now at third base with 2 outs, and the count, of course, 2 strikes on Drew Thomas. As we take another look at this play, you see the throw sailing on Höline and out of the reach of Perdomo, the second baseman. So Nate Thomas is at third, 0-2 the count, however. Fairlone Gisbertha can dispose of this inning by throwing 1 more quality pitch. He struck out Drew Thomas on a breaking ball in the dirt his first time. Here's the 0-2. This one in the dirt, and a good block by Höline. Well, I mentioned it in the first inning already. Hölein has, I mean, he's been a hockey goalie back there. He is just knocking stuff down. Sometimes it caroms away, sometimes not. There's not much you can really do. Of course, as a catcher, you try to sort of square your body and close your shoulders to cradle the ball so that if it does ricochet, it ricochets back towards the pitcher and not away. There's the 1-2 pitch on the way. In the dirt, and this one goes to the screen. No chance for Hölein to block that one. Another wild pitch, and Nate Thomas touches up. It is now a 4-3 game. Well, that is, I think, 5 wild pitches in this ball game for Ferlon Gisbertha. He is some tough customer both for the catchers and for the hitters. As you see Thomas going right away, easily making it home. So 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count. Nobody on base. And the score 4-3. There's a line drive off the glove of Gisbertha on 1 hop to Perdomo, and he has time to make the play to first. As Gisbertha slowed it down just enough, so the play goes 1-4-3 to end the inning. But the wild pitches allow the run to come around and score. 1 run, no hits, no errors. Excuse me, there was an error, and there was nobody left on base. We go to the 4th inning. It's 4-3. Mannheim leading Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of Brauerei Wildbräu. To the top of the 4th inning here in Haar. Mannheim leading the Disciples by a score of 4-3. Mannheim trying to salvage the 4th and final game between these two teams. Haar in Mannheim a couple of weeks ago won both ends of the doubleheader, and they won the first end of this doubleheader. And I'd like to give a shout out to Neil Morrison, watching from the U.S., I presume. Neil, nice to hear from you. Zach Treese back to work, 8-9-1, and the first pitch to Merlin Bendlin is swung on and missed, strike 1. After Bendlin, Dominic Hüpfner, and then the top of the order, Carlos Perdomo. Treese allowed 2 runs in each of the 2nd and 3rd innings. There's another swing and a miss. 0-2 on Bendlin. He has thrown 39 pitches. Gisbertha on the other side of the ledger has thrown 62. That was mostly due to that wild first inning with all the walks. And that fastball just missed outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mannheim with 4 runs on 6 hits. Treese has hit a batter. He has not walked anyone. There's a ground ball down the 3rd base line. Fair ball picked up by Thomas, fires to first on a bounce. Not in time. That's going to be a base hit for Merlin Bendlin. It was right over the bag. It hit the heel of Thomas's glove. And it is, in fact, a base hit. You saw Thomas indicating that he thought he should have made that play by patting himself on the chest. That's, you know, the universal indicator to say, my bad. But it's going to go in the books as a single, Merlin Bendlin beating it out. So Bendlin is on. That's the 7th base hit for Mannheim. And now the number 9 hitter, Dominic Hüpfner. You wonder if he might bunt. He squares, and he bunts it. First base side, Treese off the mound, underhands it to first. There's one away. Sacrifice goes 1-3. Bendlin now in scoring position. And now the top of the order, Carlos Perdomo. That's a big run standing out on second base for Mannheim. This game, it's a one-run game now, but these Bundesliga games have a way of slipping away. And if the Disciples want to remain in this one, they really got to cut down on those tack-on runs. There's a good curveball. That one had Perdomo backing out of the box, and it's in for a strike, 0-1. Perdomo singled and grounded out, 1 for 2. Right-hand hitter. Treese with a long look in for the sign from Thorpe. Has one he likes in the pitch. Fastball inside, 1-1. Treese with that three-quarter delivery. He's got a couple of pitches that go from right to left, and he's got a couple of pitches that go from left to right. I give a shout out to, oh, there's a breaking ball. Fouled away, that's strike 2. Shout out to CL1XY Gaming. Obviously a Drew Thomas fan watching from Chicago. We've got a Chicago contingency also live here in the ballpark. A couple of friends of mine, a family. They're all donning their White Sox gear. Konerko jersey is out in full force. There's a breaking ball. Hit in the air to deep left field. Rosenthal going back, turns around, looks up, and that ball is off the net. That will bring home Bendley, and he will score easily, and the throw to second base is not in time. That is an RBI double off the bat of Perdomo, and it is 5-3 Mannheim. That was a hanging breaking ball, and Perdomo did not miss it. You see, he waited for it to slip back into the strike zone, just put a good strong swing on it, and hit the ball high off that net. The net is about 5 meters high. I mean, you got to really hit the ball deep and high and far to get it over the fence in this ballpark. And so Mannheim leading 5-3, an RBI double off the bat of Carlos Perdomo. Only one out in the inning, and now Matias Robles, the hitter, with Perdomo at second base. Fastball, that's a strike from Treese, 0-1. Nothing in one. There's a ground ball back to Treese. He gloves it, checks the runner, and throws to first. That was Treese. He just sort of turned and did a little, it was a little John Travolta, I would say. He sort of did a John Travolta, right? Yeah, that's. Let's watch this on the replay. Ground ball right back to Treese. He's like, ow, and then he turns and throws to first. So 2 down. And now Luis Diaz with the runner still at second base. Diaz singled and flied out, and now he swings and misses out in front of an off-speed pitch. Diaz uncoiling way out in front of that one, little smile on his face after that swing. 0-1. There's a ground ball. That is snagged by Drew Thomas from his knees. The throw to first is in time. Took him a minute to find the handle on the ball. And for sure he prevented a run. If that ball gets to the outfield, that would have been another RBI hit for Diaz. However, the play goes 3-1. Good job by Treese to get over there and cover. And so Drew Thomas, pleasing the hometown fans, saves a run right there with a dive. Treese, a good job to get over and cover. And Diaz is out number 3. But the Tornadoes get another run. 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's 5-3 Mannheim. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back for the bottom of the fourth inning, 5-3 Mannheim leading in this game. This is the second game of a doubleheader. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Tornadoes. You know, the Disciples, they have 3 runs. They do not have any hits in this game. And the pitch to Dinski is a fastball high. Ferlon Gisbertha has not allowed a hit. He has walked, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's thrown 5 wild pitches. That's basically how the Disciples have scored all their runs. There's a ground ball towards third, fielded by Bendlein, and his throw across is in time. 1 away. Gisberther has 4 strikeouts, so he has more walks and wild pitches than he has strikeouts. Dinski grounding out for out number 1. He had walked in his previous at-bat. And now Titus von Kopf is going to step up to the plate. Titus reached on that fielder's choice and drove home a run, and then Nate Thomas was thrown out at the plate trying to score on the same play. The fastball down the pipe for a strike to Titus. 0-1. And the pitch misses low and outside. I mentioned Gisbertha, who, by the way, he's thrown around 65 pitches, and about half of them have been strikes. So not a great ratio, but so far he's in the lead. 1 ball and 2 strikes now as von Kopf swings through a high fastball. Well, you can see why Mannheim likes Gisbertha. He's got a live arm. One ball, 2 strikes. And that pitch missed low, 2-2. And a swing and a miss struck him out. That's 5 strikeouts now, as Gisbertha really looks like he's settling down. That pitch maybe is a cutter down and away. It's hard to really tell, but that's what it kind of looked like from center field. So 2 outs and nobody on. Callum Murphy is the hitter. And so now, if you're the Disciples, you got to start thinking about trying to work the pitch count of Gisbertha. Fastball is high to Callum Murphy. Murphy struck out his first time. Murphy grounds one down the third baseline, foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. There you see the scoreboard. A couple of kids going up to it, checking things out. 5-8-0, 3-0-0. That's an odd line score. 1 ball and 1 strike to Murphy, 2 down. Nobody on here in the 4th. And he squares to bunt. The pitch was in the dirt, but he offered at it, so that's strike 2. 1-2. You can see Murphy frustrated with himself for going after that pitch. Third baseman Bendlein was back. Murphy trying to drop one down and get a base hit. Swung on and missed. 2 more strikeouts for Gisbertha, who is really starting to settle in now. He strikes out 2 in the inning and has 6 on the game. And we will go to the 5th inning here in Haar. It is Mannheim 5, Haar 3. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by Brauerei Wildbräu. moving to the top of the 5th inning. Zach Treese going back to work. He's allowed 5 runs on 8 hits. And he will deal with Martin, Bustamante, and Maldonado, 4, 5, and 6. And Martin swings at the first pitch and grounds one to the left side, cut off by Thomas, spins and throws to first, and a nice scoop on the back end by Drew Thomas to get the out. 5-3 on the putout, but that was anything but routine. Nate Thomas had to go a long way to his left, and then he spun and bounced the throw to Drew Thomas on the back end, who picked it nicely for the out. So there's one away. And now that'll bring up Oscar Bustamante. Bustamante walked and then flied out. He eventually did score a run. That was in the 2nd inning. 1 pitch and 1 out for Treese. And a strike to Bustamante. Treese, only 53 pitches so far. That pitch is high, 1-1, so very, very good in the pitch count department for Zach. One and one. That ball is golfed to deep right field. Going back on this one is Van Kopf, and it is out of here. A home run for Oscar Bustamante, and it is 6-3 Mannheim. That pitch was down and in, and he just yanked it. Let's watch the pitch. Treese to the left-hand hitter. It's the old down and in. And Titus van Kopf went back and watched it sail over the fence. So Mannheim, they keep tacking on runs. It's 6-3. Bustamante has now scored 2 runs. And the pitch is a strike to Rogelio Maldonado. Maldonado has singled and doubled. He's driven in 2 runs. His double gave them the lead. There's a swing and a miss on a breaking ball, sweeping away 0-2. So Oscar Bustamante hitting a home run. That was his first home run of the season. The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball fouled back. Rogelio Maldonado staying alive on that one. So Treese, 6 runs on 9 hits. His runs are all earned. The breaking ball, that one is up there for strike 3 at the very top of the zone. Strikeout number 3 for Zach. And there are 2 away. Maldonado did not argue. Right at the top of the zone. So 2 outs, and now Moritz Höhlein, the catcher, he has struck out and grounded to shortstop. Right-hand hitter, and the pitch, that one hits him. And boy, that sounded painful. You could hear him scream as the ball got him. Looked like in the left rib cage area. Treese also reacting as he realized he let that one get away from him. Does not appear, obviously no intent behind that. Treese, already kind of struggling in the game, does not want to give any free base runners. Höhlein, who took a beating behind the plate early in this ball game, now gets drilled by one. So he's on first with 2 down, and now Merlin Bendlin, who's doubled and singled. And the pitch. This one runs in inside on him as he was diving out over the plate looking for something away. And that fastball came tailing in, nearly got him. 1-0. Höhlein, the runner on first base, a very short lead. There's a swing and a foul to the screen, 1-1. Treese has not thrown a lot of pitches, so he's not labored in that sense, but he has. Obviously, he's losing 6-3. This has not been one of those days where everything just seems to be working. It's been a battle. There's a swing and a foul at the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that's okay. Treese, a veteran pitcher, this is the type of game where, you know, you have to try to figure out what's working at any given time and use it. And give Mannheim hitters credit. They have swung the bats well in this game. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3 to end the inning. 2 strikeouts for Treese. And he gives up a home run, 1 run on 1 hit. Nowhere is 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in game 2. It is 6-3 Mannheim. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of Brauerei Wildbräu. That's Brauerei Wildbräu. So we move to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Disciples still do not have a hit in this game, even though they have 3 runs. It's 6-3 Mannheim. Fairlund Gisbertha, after a rough first inning, has been able to work his way through the next 3, and Joseph Rosenthal leads off with a good bunt fielded by Benlein at third. The throw to first is in time. Rosenthal trying to bunt for a base hit, obviously, and he is thrown out. 1 away. Benlein was up at the edge of the grass. That was the 79th pitch thrown by the right-hander Gisbertha. So he is nearing his high. He threw 84 pitches in his last outing. That was May the 28th, so he's definitely got plenty of rest. And he's been stretching out more and more. And he will deal with Francisco Riestra now. Riestra, the number 9 hitter. Rosenthal had been 0 for 1, and the first pitch is over the head and off the glove of Moritz Höhlein to the backstop for ball 1. Riestra struck out his first time. After Francisco, the top of the order, Simon Lechner. And the next one, there's a strike on the inside corner at the knees to Francisco. 1-0. Fairlund Gisbertha. As I mentioned, he is not allowed a hit. And a big breaking ball swung on and missed for strike 2. That's a nasty pitch. He's walked 5. He's thrown 5 wild pitches, but he's got 6 strikeouts. 2 of the 3 runs he's allowed are earned. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Riestra. And swung on and missed. Again, the ball gets away from Höhlein. Riestra on his way to first, and the throw pulls the first baseman off the bag, and that's going to be another strikeout, yet wild pitch. That's the second time that a Disciple has reached on a strikeout wild pitch, as Höhlein had to go get that ball from the third base side and rushed the throw. It would have been bang bang at first. So Riestra is on. Well, what is that, 6 wild pitches, 7 wild pitches? 6 wild pitches. And now the top of the order is Simon Lechner. 6-3 Mannheim. And the pitch, fastball strike. Gisbertha has been able to throw strikes when he's needed to most in this game. And the Tornadoes, who have otherwise struggled offensively, Gisbertho stepping off the mound with the ball in his glove and faking a throw to first with no ball in his hand. That's a new one. Not sure anybody fell for that. There's the pitch. And Lechner shows bunt and pulls it back. The breaking ball is low for a ball. 1-1 the count to Simon. Riestra at first base. He is 3 for 4 in the stolen base department. Not sure if he's going to go here trailing by 3, however. A long hold, and again, Lechner asked for time. Gisbertho did that before when the Disciples had a runner on first, and it was a situation where you thought he might try to steal. And Gisbertho changing his timing, trying to disrupt that base runner from first base. Riestra inching off the bag, a very short lead. Now he takes a bigger one, and the pitch is low. Another breaking ball, and Gisbertho really wanted that call and did not get it. So the count 2 balls and a strike. Let's watch that last pitch. It was a breaking ball, just a little bit low. 2-1 on Lechner. Pretty big hole on the right side as the second baseman Perdomo shaded up the middle. There's a fastball on the outside corner, and the count now even 2-2. 1 out in the inning. Disciples trailing by 3. We're in the 5th. They won the first game easily, 14-1, but this one has been in the hands of Fairlund Gisbertho. The Disciples do not have a hit yet. There's another check on the runner. But Gisbertho, he likes to check the runner, but doesn't want to actually throw the ball over there. It's kind of funny. That's the 3rd or 4th time he's done that. But Riestra, to be fair, is also barely taking a lead off the bag, so no point in throwing it over there. And now Riestra's going. The pitch is fouled away. But Riestra was running before Gisbertho even came set. He had that bag stolen. But obviously, Lechner with 2 strikes had to protect and fouled away a fastball. So we'll do it again. Fairlund Gisbertho taking his time, kicking at the dirt behind the mound. Checks his sign. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Riestra is not going, and the pitch is swung on and missed. That's a check swing, and indeed he went around. So 2 more strikeouts in this inning, although Riestra, who's on first base, reached on the wild pitch. This time Lechner is out as the ball was blocked by Herlein. He would not have been able to go to first on that anyway because first base is occupied. And you can see Lechner went way around on that one. So Will Thorpe steps up. 2 outs in the inning on the strikeout. And the pitch to Thorpe. A ground ball pulled, fouled on the third base line. Strike 1. Thorpe has walked and scored and then flied out. He's 0 for 1 officially. Disciples trying to get something going against Gisbertho. They still do not have a hit in the game. Another long hold. There goes the runner. The pitch is low and gets through Airline. Back to the backstop. Riestra slid into second. Now he gets up and heads to third. The throw is not in time. He got in there. That was a good play by Benlein to receive that throw on a short hop. It was close as Riestra had slid into second base and was unaware that the ball went to the backstop. So Riestra is at third. He steals second and then goes to third on the wild pitch. The pitch was a ball, obviously, so the count 1 ball and 1 strike. And there you see Riestra getting up and heading for third. Martin's throw was pretty close. They had a chance at him, but the short hop and then Bendling having to pick it and try to get the tag, and Riestra got in there. So 1-1 on Thorpe with 2 down. That's an important run for the Disciples. The pitch is low, 2 balls and a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Thorpe. That's a strike. Now the count 2-2. Thorpe trying to get a 2-out base hit to not only break up the no-hitter, but also bring home a run. Gisbertha comes set. And another long hold, and Gisbertha, just as he lifted the leg, time was called. Again, that was Thorpe. A lot of cat and mouse going on. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on third base is Riestra. 6-3 Mannheim, bottom of the 5th inning. Gisbertha, very deliberate, finally comes set. And the 2-2 pitch coming to Thorpe right now. There's a little squibber. That is a base hit. Nope, it's going to be fielded by the shortstop. It is a base hit, and it will bring home a run to make it 6-4. But that ball was an optical illusion. I thought it was going to land in left field, and then it landed in the hole. It was fielded by Bustamante, but he had no play. So a little RBI single off the bat of Thorpe brings home Riestra, and it is 6-4. Little floater to the left side, not hit all that hard, but that's what you need. So there's the first hit for the Disciples. And now Nate Sean Thomas stepped to the plate representing the tying run, and that brings a meeting on the mound. Juan Martin, the coach for the Tornadoes, out to talk to his pitcher. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Mannheim, 4-1-0 for the Disciples. As this meeting between Juan Martin and Ferland Gisbertha taking place. Now Martin returns to the dugout. That was a strategic discussion. Nate Thomas, pretty much the biggest home run threat, especially from the left side. In this ballpark, it's a lot easier, I guess, to hit a home run down the right field line than it is almost anywhere else, although you have Drew Thomas, who's certainly capable in the on-deck spot. So it's 6-4. Thorpe on first base, 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. And Nate Thomas, the tying run. And the pitch is away for a ball. And I bet that that was part of the discussion. Juan Martin saying, look, don't come in. Make sure you make him, if he's going to get a hit, it's going to be the left field. If you make a mistake inside, it could be a tie ball game. There goes Thorpe, the pitch. Swung on and slapped to left field for a base hit. Thorpe is going to go to third base, and he will make it easily. The throw gets through and get back up by the pitcher, Gisbertha. So Nate Thomas, swinging as the runner was going, slaps it to left field, and the Disciples have first and third. Well, I told you they were going to pitch him away, and Thomas, looking for something away, got it and slapped it into the outfield for a base hit. Thorpe, who was off with the pitch, was able to cross first to third, which is not something that would have probably happened had he not been running. A base hit to left field. So now you have the tying run at first base. Drew Thomas, he may take a pitch to give Nate Thomas a chance to steal. Let's see what happens here. Nate taking a pretty reasonable size lead. He's not going. The pitch is swung on and missed. First pitch breaking ball to Drew Thomas. Thomas is 0 for 2. He struck out and grounded out. So the Disciples with the tying runs on, but 2 outs here in the inning. Thorpe at third, Nate Thomas at first. Drew Thomas at the plate. And Gisbertha, there goes Nate from first. The pitch swung on and missed, and the ball in the dirt. No chance for Herlein to throw out Nate Thomas, so he steals second uncontested. That's his second stolen base in this game. So now a base hit could tie this game. Although Drew Thomas behind in the count 0-2. And this one skips away, another wild pitch. That will allow Thorpe to score. Thomas with a big turn at third, and he dives back in as Hairline retrieves the ball. Another wild pitch. The Disciples have scored, I think, 4 of their 5 runs on wild pitches, if I remember that correctly. That is the 7th wild pitch of the ball game. Now they've scored, I think, 3 of their 5 runs on wild pitches. Count as 1 ball and 2 strikes. Andreas Pichler out to the mound, had a quick chat with Gisbertha. I think he was giving Juan Martin time to recover from that pitch. We're watching the replay of this wild pitch here. So the count 1-2. This is still the replay. I just want to see what happened here. Yeah, that one bouncing away and going far away. But now the tying run is at third. 1-2 the count on Thomas, with Nate Thomas at third. And the pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. So Drew Thomas strikes out, but the Disciples are able to plate 2 runs to cut it to within 1. It is 6-5. The Disciples get 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors, and 1 left on base to the 6th inning in a close ball game. It's 6-5 Mannheim. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the top of the 6th inning. It's a 1-run ball game now. Mannheim still has the lead, 6-5. The Disciples finally got their first 2 hits of the game. Zach Treese about to throw his 67th delivery of this ball game, and he will do it to the number 9 hitter, Dominic Hüfner. 9-1-2. Hüfner, Perdomo, and Robles. The first pitch is a strike to Dominic, who was 0 for 1. He struck out and sacrificed. 2 runs in the second, 2 runs in the third, and then 1 each in the 4th and 5th for Mannheim. That pitch is outside, ball 1, 1-1. The Disciples scored 2 runs in the first and 1 in the third, and then 2 more last inning, but they didn't have any hits until they got last inning. There's the pitch from Treese, swung on and missed, a slider fading away from Hüfner. 1-2. Treese has struck out 4. He's only walked 1. There's the pitch. Broken bat, pop-up, left side. Nate Thomas in foul ground, one-hands it. That's the first out. And that bat was splintered in half. You could hear that one all the way up here. We are so high, we're in the nosebleed seats, like 10 feet away from the plate. But still, we have to, you know, comparatively speaking, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, 1 away. Sometimes I go a little off the rails, but hey, that's what we're here for. Carlos Perdomo steps up to the plate. Perdomo has 2 hits and 3 at-bats, a single and a double. He has driven in 2 runs. And he swings and swats that to deep center field. Dinski on his horse, leaps and makes the catch. That was smoothly executed by David Dinski in center field. Going deep, he got a good read on the ball. And that's why they didn't put that center field fence out there, so that Dinski could go run around and shag fly balls like that. That ball was hit well. Robles has swung the bat very well. Perdomo has swung the bat well, but Robles will step up to the plate now. He's 1 for 2. 2 down. And the pitch, that is a strike. There's strike 2, fouled to the screen. Oh, 2 pitch from Treese. That one is outside to Robles. Breaking ball hit on the ground to the hole, past the dive of the shortstop Riestra into left field. So Matias Robles has his 2nd single of the afternoon. As he just sort of rolled that one through the left side. So he's aboard with 2 down. And now Luis Diaz. Again, it's those tack-on runs that are so far the difference in the game. And Treese trying to throw 0 up there. The Mannheim Tornadoes have scored in 4 consecutive innings. And here, even though there are 2 outs, you have Diaz, and then if he can extend it, you have Juan Martin. So dangerous hitters. Diaz calls time. Luis is 1 for 3. He singled and scored in the 3rd inning. Otherwise, he is flat out and grounded out. Robles on first. Pitch is a strike. Robles has stolen 4 bases and been caught twice, in case you're wondering. This would be a situation where if they think they can get an extra base, he might go. And the pitch is outside. Diaz with a 1-1 count. Robles, however, does not have a big lead off of first base. And the slider high and outside, 2-1. Still a lot of ball game left. Top of the 6th. Treese, there you see 78 pitches. 2 balls and 1 strike. Robles not going. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Swing and a miss. The ball in the dirt, blocked by Thorpe. And he will complete the play by throwing it to first. Actually, he doesn't need to, because Diaz, even though there's 2 outs, Diaz could have run to first on that. The whole thing with first base being occupied does not apply if there are 2 down. But at any rate, it's a strikeout to end the inning. And Treese finally is able to get a 0 up on the scoreboard there as he pitches around that 2-out single. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. Disciples trying to get superstitious on things here as we go to the bottom of the 6th. 6-5 Mannheim. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by... Nope, you said it wrong. It's Brauerei Wildbräu. It is time to make the donuts here in the bottom of the 6th inning. David Dinski is going to try to prevent a donut from going up on the scoreboard. As it is now a 1-run game. Fairland Gisbertha, who has allowed 5 runs on 2 hits, thanks to a lot of walks and wild pitches. And there's a swing and a drive towards the gap in left center field. Dinski on his horse, hustling around first, heading towards second base. The ball rattles around. Dinski with a big turn as Maldonado had trouble picking it up, and Dinski actually overran third, but he's going to go back and touch up. That is a leadoff triple for David Dinski. And there's your tying run in scoring position with nobody out for Titus van Kopf as he crushed that first pitch. And I'm looking in the chat, Mitch Stefan, he said he sees Mark Major wearing his umpire jacket to get free admission. You know, no sooner did you type that in the chat than Mark himself explained that exact concept to me. So you are exactly right. This pitch goes to the screen. It's a wild pitch. Dinski comes in to score, and we are tied. Boy, I'm going to have to go back and look, but the Disciples have scored a ton of runs on wild pitches in this game. Ball game is tied 6-6. So 2 pitches, and we're tied 6-6. The pitch to Van Kopf obviously was a ball. And now there's nobody on. There's a swing and a little line drive. Base hit into center field. That's my...
Ellie's gonna
do your color. So, sorry, things are happening here at the ballpark. It's a beautiful day. The Disciples have the go-ahead run on first base. And Callum Murphy steps up. And actually, he's going to be pinch hit for by Daniel Patrice. Patrice still nursing that ankle injury. He pinch hit in game 1 and got a base hit. And so now he's pinch hitting in game 2. That's the DH spot, so he will remain there. With Titus van Kopf on first base, and the pitch is high. Gisbertha, by the way, at this inning, this is now his 105th pitch coming up. So he's been laboring. Obviously, a bunch of wild pitches. The Disciples with 6 runs, 4 of them I think have come around on wild pitches. And there goes the runner from first. The pitch is high, no chance. That's a stolen base for Titus as the throw was to the shortstop side. So Titus, the go-ahead run, steals second base, and he is there. So Patrice with a chance to give the Disciples the lead here. Van Kopf on second base. And the pitch on the way. That is low for ball 3, 3-0. Nobody out. 3 balls and no strikes to count to Daniel Patrice. He probably has a green light here. And the pitch. That's a strike. Looked like he would have offered at one if it was in a spot that he liked. But it was down and away on the outside corner. That was more of a pitcher's pitch. So 3-1. Titus van Kopf, the runner at second base, representing the go-ahead run. And the pitch to Daniel Patrice. Inside and high. Threw a breaking ball on 3-1, and it's ball 4. So we will see if Patrice is going to be relieved again for a pinch runner. Juan Martin coming out to the mound. That might be it. Doing a slow walk to the mound. And this is going to, we'll see if this is going to be a pitching change. There's nobody warming in the bullpen for the Tornadoes, so I don't know what they would do if they would go to a position player. I'm not sure if anybody was warming up in between innings, but right now Juan Martin out on the mound discussing things with his pitcher, Fairland Gisbertha. And now he walks back to the dugout. So 2 on, a walk and a single. And now Joseph Rosenthal, the hitter. Oh, Rosenthal is 0 for 2. But a chance for the Disciples to take the lead here.
Anschlag nun mit Run auf 1 und 2.
And Gisbertha now trying to just keep this game tied. The Disciples trying to take the lead. They had Van Kopf at second base. Patrice is going to run for himself at first, so he will be somewhat hobbled with that bad ankle. And Rosenthal squared to bunt, pulled it back, and the pitch was taken for a ball. Gisbertha wants to know if that was a strike or if he offered at it. They appeal, and no, says the first base umpire, Ozzie Scharf. And you can see that Rosenthal pulled it back. This would be a bunting spot, obviously. Freyland Gisbertha. The 1-0, he squares again, pulls it back again, and it's ball 2. Well, he's pulling it back really late. So 2 balls and no strikes. You wonder maybe now if he might swing away. Just watch how late he's pulling it back, but he did pull it back, I guess. That's really close. A couple of fastballs in on his hands and just missing. Two balls and no strikes on Rosenthal. He squares again, and that's low for ball 3, 3-0. And now we're starting to see some shuffling around in the Tornados dugout. Let's see if some activity will begin. Looks as if that is the case. 3 balls and no strikes. Gisbertha struggling with his command here. There's nobody out. Rosenthal probably going to take here, and Gisbertha steps and looks towards second instead. Three 3-0 to Rosenthal. He'll probably be taking. He squares again and pulls back for ball 4. So the bases are loaded. The single and 2 walks.
Let's go!
And Gisbertha, who, let's see, 1, 2, 3 walks, 4 walks in the first inning. 5. And then he didn't walk anybody in the 4th or 5th, but now 6, 7 walks in the game. And the hitter now, Riestra, and there's the first pitch strike to Francisco. Riestra struck out twice, but he reached on a wild pitch on one of his strikeouts. That's 2 strikeouts that have reached by a wild pitch, and Riestra actually came around to score. That was last inning. There's the 0-1. Swung on and missed. There's that pitch in the dirt that has been getting a lot of swings and misses from Gisbertha. So Gisbertha has been equally difficult to hit and also difficult to catch. Riestra behind 0-2. The bases are loaded with nobody out. Infield is halfway. A tie game at 6. Van Kopf, Patrice, and Rosenthal, the base runners. The pitch. A little tapper, weakly hit towards third. Bendling comes home. They get a force, and that's it. So Van Kopf is forced at the plate. Riestra reaches on a fielder's choice. So 5-2. That's the first out. And Patrice now at third. Rosenthal to second, Riestra at first. And the top of the order, Simon Lechner, will come up to the plate. And now the middle infielders, let's try that again, Tim. They will play back and look for double play. The corners, of course, are going to still stay up. And Lechner takes the ball. And this one low for ball 2. Of course, you got to watch out for the wild pitch. There have already been 7 of them by Gisbertha in this game. The 2-0. Strike just catches the corner, 2-1. Dropped by Hörlein, but Simon Lechner has walked twice and struck out. And that is ball 3, 3-1 to him. A walk here would give the Disciples the lead for the first time in the game. They were tied. Actually, excuse me, the Disciples had a 2-0 lead, and then Mannheim tied it and took the lead in the 4th. They took the lead in the 3rd. I think Gisbertha wanted to know what the count was. Or maybe he wanted to do baseball, not sure. The count is 3-1. There's 1 out. And Lechner chops 1 foul at the plate to fill the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count for Simon Lechner with the bases loaded, trying to give the Disciples the lead. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Big moment in the game here. And Fairlund Gisbertha trying to work his way through this. 122 pitches right now. Outside ball 4, and the Disciples have the lead. Well, bases loaded walk. Give Lechner an RBI. And Patrice gets to trot home without having to put too much stress on that bad ankle. So now Will Thorpe will step up to the plate with the bases loaded, still 1 out. And that's going to be it for Fairlund Gisbertha as Juan Martin is out to the mound. That's the 2nd mound visit this inning. So Gisbertha, 122 pitches. And he was tough. He was difficult for the Disciples to hit, but he was also his own worst enemy at times with his wildness. But he showed a good arm. And he will be removed from the game, and we'll take a short break. It is 7-6 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of Brauerei Wildbräu. So the new pitcher is Merlin Bendlin, as he was playing third base. So Perdomo moves from second to third, and Rex Helmig goes into the game. As Bendlin went from third base and had to fire a couple of pitches on the mound, and the first one he threw went over everybody's head. The first pitch to Thorpe is a fastball in for a strike. And so with one out here and the bases loaded, the Disciples leading 7-6. Those base runners, of course, are the responsibility of Fairlund Gisbertha. And breaking ball tapped weakly on the ground towards third, gloved by Perdomo. He comes home, dropped by the catcher, and the run scores. And everybody is safe. It is 8-6.
Und damit der nächste Run. Neuer Spielstand 6-8 für die Disciples. Will save on 1 und damit weiterhin bases loaded bei einem aus.
So that's going to be an E2, a fielder's choice.
Nächster Schlagmann, die Nummer 10, Nate Thomas.
No RBI for Thorpe on that one. Riestra now at third, Lechner at second, and Nate Thomas is the hitter. As it is 8-6 Disciples. Nate Thomas has a hit and 2 walks, and the pitch is a strike from Bendlin. Only one out, still the bases loaded. Well, Fairlund Gisbertha went as long as he could. He threw over 120 pitches, but that was the end of the line for him. And now it's up to Bendlin. Breaking ball is high and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Give you Bendlin's numbers in a moment. He's only pitched 7 innings, but he's pitched well. ERA of 1.29, so let's see what he can do here. Thomas with a big cut and a miss on a high fastball on the count 1-2. Riestra at third, Lechner is at second, Thorpe is at first. Disciples have scored 3 times here in the bottom of the 6th to take the lead 8-6. Thomas slaps that one foul, and that sends people ducking in the Disciples dugout. Still 1-2. This is the 8th batter of the inning. Drew Thomas is on deck. Nice lively atmosphere here in the park. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes on Nate Thomas. And the pitch is outside, a breaking ball, 2-2 now. Bendlin comes set, 2-2, here it comes. A little floater into short left field. That ball will be caught by the left fielder Maldonado. The throw to the plate is not in time as Riestra tags and scores. So sacrifice fly for Nate Thomas makes it 9-6 Haar. And there are 2 away as Riestra tagged and came home. So now runners on first and second after the sac fly. And that will bring up Drew Thomas. First pitch is outside for a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Drew Thomas, the 9th batter of the inning. He has struck out twice and grounded out, 0 for 3. That was all against Gisbertha. There's a fastball strike on the inside corner, 1-1 from Bendlin. This ball lined into left center field. That's a base hit. Lechner is going to round third and score. Thorpe is right behind him. The ball all the way to the wall. Thorpe coming in. He will score easily. That's a 2-run double off the bat of Drew Thomas. And it is now 11-6 Disciples as they have put a really crooked number on the scoreboard here in the 6th inning. as that one was lined into the gap. And Maldonado had trouble with it again in the warning track area. And so the Disciples have 11 runs on only 5 hits. And this ball game that they were trailing since the 3rd inning, now they have put a crooked number up there, and it's 11-6. And the hitter is David Dinski, as they now send the 10th batter to the plate, and he fouls away the first one. Strike 1. Well, it looked for a while like Fairland Gisbertha had settled down and was going to cruise on through and keep this Disciples offense at bay, but so many walks and wild pitches. And finally the bats of the Disciples, the 3rd time through the order, came alive. Gisbertha with a high pitch count, couldn't do much more. There's a good breaking ball strike from Bendling to Dinski. Dinski, by the way, has tripled. He, in fact, opened this inning with a triple. Breaking ball is inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. And the pitch. Breaking ball, and he fights that one off. Dinski getting a piece of that one to stay alive. Still 1-2. Bendling looks tough. He's got a good little breaking ball. He's got some velocity on the fastball. I mean, it's really difficult to stand out there in the field the whole game and then come in and try to be a relief pitcher. That's something you see pretty frequently in the Bundesliga. Breaking ball is low, and the count even 2-2. And the 2-2 popped straight up. That's going to stay in play. On the right side, Diaz, the first baseman, makes the catch. No, he dropped the ball. It's a foul ball. It hit in his glove. First, you see he was looking high up into the sun. There are no clouds in the sky, so it's a very high sky. And now you're starting to see the frustration in the body language of not only Diaz, but some of the other Tornadoes. That is just frustrating. It's a ball. You figure, okay, we're finally out of the inning. It was a tough play. He had to look up into the sun, and the ball hit his glove and then popped out. It was a foul ball, so Dinski gets to do it again. It is possible to give an error on that, but I'm not sure if that will be done here. But certainly Diaz frustrated. It's been that kind of a day. There's a breaking ball, outside ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes to David Dinski. This ball hit high in the air to shallow left center field. Robles and Maldonado. Maldonado calls for it and makes the catch. And Dinski flies out. And the inning is finally over, but not before the Disciples send 10 batters to the plate and score 6 runs. They lead 11-6 as we go to the top of the 7th inning here in Haar. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the top of the 7th inning. The Disciples with a 6 spot in the bottom of the 6th, and they now lead 11-6. And the new pitcher on the mound is Jan Endriat. Endriat going to come in relief for Zach Treese, who pitched 6 innings and battled through it. Endriat, ERA of 2.45 in 18 1/3 innings pitched. So he's having a pretty good year so far in the Bundesliga, and the pitch is a strike. And this is Rex Helmig. Helmig, you remember, came into the game last inning defensively when Juan Martin went to the bullpen being the third baseman, Merlin Bendling. And Martin being the DH, of course. You lose the DH when you bring in a position player pitcher, and Helmig had to come in the DH spot. And so he takes another strike. That's strike 2. 0-2. This is Helmig's first at-bat of the year, if my statistics are accurate that I pulled from Easy Score. Here's the 0-2. Curveball, got him looking. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night from Jan Endriat. Threw a fastball on the first pitch, threw a little slider on the second pitch, and then that was the Lord Charles top to bottom 12-6 hook. And so 1 away. Zach Treese, by the way, give you the full line on him in a moment as Oscar Bustamante stepping up to the plate. First pitch from Endriat to Bustamante. That ball is lined down the right field line. It's fair, headed to the corner. Bustamante rounds first. He's going to be in at second base easily with a stand-up double. So he's having a good offensive day. He's got 2 hits, including a home run, and now a double to go with a walk. So 2 for 3 for Oscar in this game. So he swung a good bat here in game 2. So he's on at second base with 1 away. Treese went 6 innings, 10 hits, 6 runs, all runs earned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. He threw 80 pitches. Now the hitter is Rogelio Maldonado, and the pitch is a strike from Endriat. Endriat's job is to just come in and throw strikes. There's a pitch outside. Yeah, looking in the YouTube chat, want to give a shout out to, of course, the one and only Aaron Judge watching the game, or at least someone with the YouTube name of Aaron Judge. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that either it's a coincidence or it's not really your name. But either way, welcome. 1-1 pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss, 1-2. And on the off chance that it is actually, number 99, hey, how you doing? We enjoy watching you play. Heard the rumor, well, not a rumor. I saw a tweet, which is definitely not anything. But it was funny, and it was a fun idea, the idea that if Aaron Judge decides not to sign with the Yankees this year, he might become an MMA fighter next year. That would be hilarious. Pitch was fouled away. I think they would have him. That would be some career change. I mean, back in the day, you had Bo Jackson playing in the NFL and MLB, Deion Sanders. Can you imagine if you had a Major League Baseball player that was also an MMA fighter in the offseason? I mean, maybe there is that already, and I'm just not aware. The 1-2 pitch popped up, foul territory. Drew Thomas has a play. Can he find it out of the sun? The answer is no. The ball lands behind him. And now that makes you understand the dropped fly ball that Luis Diaz committed last inning, as both first basemen have had problems with pop-ups on that side. So that's going to make Diaz feel a little better after losing that one. So Thomas, at no time did he see that ball. He was about 10 feet away from it. So the count is 1-2 on Rogelio Maldonado. 1 away. Runner on second base is Bustamante. In the dirt. 2-2 now. That ball hit deep to left field. That ball is crushed. Is it going to get out of here? Yes, sir. Rogelio Maldonado leaves the building, and it is 11-8. That's worth a replay. So Jan Endriat, 2-2 was the count, and Maldonado got a hold of that one. It was a breaking ball in his eyes, and he really waited for it. And I mentioned that high fence, it's tough to get it over and out, but that one had the distance. So 11-8 is your score. Moritz Höhlein, the catcher, against Endriat. There's a breaking ball that's high. 1 ball, no strikes. So Endriat struck out Helmig on 3 pitches, but then a single and a home run. There's a fly ball off the end of the bat to left field. Rosenthal barely has to move. That's out number 2. I see in the chat, somebody responded to the Aaron Judge in our chat saying, shouldn't you be at Wrigley Field right now, Aaron, doing some BP? Well, I'm sorry, Fleming, but you know the Cubs are playing the Yankees, but they're playing in Yankee Stadium, so it would be a problem if Aaron Judge were at Wrigley Field right now. Although, yeah, you're right. Aaron Judge, what time is it? It's noon, New York City. You should be getting ready for game time. I think did they play a day game today? I have to check my schedule. Here's Merlin Bendlein. He takes a strike on the first pitch. Bendlein doubled and singled and then struck out, and then he took the mound. So that's how his day is going so far. Topped foul on the count 0-2. – 11-8, 7th inning. It's only a 3-run game now. Curveball and a beauty. Strike 3. You can hear the crowd go, ooh, when that ball dropped in. So Endriat with 2 strikeouts, but in between a 2-run home run off the bat of Rogelio Maldonado. And so Mannheim gets 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, nobody left on base. To the bottom of the 7th, time to stretch. It is 11-8 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good people of Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning, 11-8 Haar leading Mannheim. And it's going to be Titus von Kopf. Von Kopf and then Daniel Patrice and Joseph Rosenthal against Merlin Bendlein. And I see somebody in the YouTube chat asking the question, are these players professional? The answer is no. Although every team usually has 1 or 2 players that are professionals. Some are former professionals. As Titus von Kopf takes a strike from Merlin Bendlin. Von Kopf, who pitched and got the win in game 1, is 1 for 3, and he swings and pops this one up in the center of the diamond. The shortstop Bustamante is back, and he's got it for the first out. 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th inning. I suppose you could, there are some teams in this league that have, you know, an actual payroll, but for the most part, at least to the Disciples, and I think that even the Tornadoes, the players are recruited and then they might come to Germany and be connected, you know, given a job or help to find a job, and then be able to play baseball on the weekends. Games are only on weekends and holidays here in Germany. It's not like minor leagues in the U.S. where you play every single day. There's a swing and a miss by Daniel Patrice. But there are also foreigner rules. So, for example, the Disciples, you know, you're only allowed to have 2 non-EU players standing in the field at any given time. There's another swing and a miss. So most of the players on the field are German, or at least have European citizenship. Patrice is also a French citizen. There's the 2-strike pitch. Curveball on the inside corner. Patrice can't really believe that one, but it's called strike 3. And so 2 down very quickly here. And that will bring up Joseph Rosenthal. Rosenthal, who walked and scored in the 6th inning and otherwise is 0 for 2. So Bendlin came on in relief in the 6th and was able to complete that frame now. He's trying to have a quick 1-2-3 7th. The pitch to Rosenthal is a strike over the outside corner. That's a tough thing to start the game playing the infield and then, you know, finish it out as a pitcher. It's one thing to come in and complete 1 inning. It's another to sit on the bench and wait while your team tries to score runs and then cool off a bit and then go back out there. But Bendlin looking pretty sharp here in the 7th. He's ahead of Rosenthal 0-2. Fastball is high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Haar scored 2 runs in the 1st inning. In fact, they had scored 3 runs before they even had a hit. They didn't get their first hit until the 5th inning. They only have 5 in the game. This one is inside. Breaking ball on the count 2-2. It's an odd line score. Take a look at that scoreboard. 8 runs on 12 hits and 4 errors for Mannheim. 11-5-0 for the Disciples. It's an oddball ball game, an odd ball game. There's a check swing on a breaking ball down and away. No swing, says Ozzie Scharf. So the count full to Rosenthal, 3-2. The Disciples trying to reach a record of 14-6 if they can win this game. Bendlin with a double leg kick and the fastball fouled away. Merlin Bendlin doing a little Johnny Cueto out there on the mound. Three and 2 to Rosenthal. Here it comes. Right down the pipe, strike 3. So Bendlin with 2 looking strikeouts in the inning, a 1-2-3 frame for him. And we go to the 8th inning. The Disciples 6 outs away from a doubleheader sweep. They lead this game 11-8. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu. Brauerei Wildbräu, Brauerei Wildbräu, Brauerei Wildbräu. I did it! We go to the 8th inning. Disciples leading 11-8 over Mannheim, trying to take both ends of this doubleheader, and the Disciples have brought in Luke Steinlein to pitch. They have also juggled out the outfield as Neil Schmidt enters the game for David Dinski, but he goes in to play right field. Joseph Rosenthal moves to center, and Titus von Kopf is in left. Steinlein is going to deal with 9-1-2 Dominic Hüpfner, and then the top of the order, Carlos Perdomo and Matthias Robles. And the pitch on the way to Hüpfner, hit in the air to right field. This is a chance for Schmidt, who didn't see it right away, now goes back to the track and makes the catch just shy of the wall. Tough Sunfield on that side, but one pitch and one out. Steinlein, by the way, this season, an ERA of 1.8, 20 strikeouts in 20 innings pitched. He has walked 8 and allowed only 8 hits and 4 runs in those 20 innings. So he's pitched well in relief for the Disciples. One pitch and one out here in the 8th inning. And now the top of the order, Carlos Perdomo. And the first pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Perdomo has 2 hits and 4 at-bats, a single and a double. And that pitch misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a good breaking ball at the knees on the outside corner. 1-2. Tapped on the ground, and a nice pick by Steinlein as he reached down and grabbed it before it went between the wickets. 1-3 on the putout, 2 down. I saw the comment in the YouTube chat, the outfield fence is huge. Yeah, you're not kidding. The center field fence is about 450 feet away from home plate. And then you got this fence that's, gotta be 25, 30 feet high. And you see that there's like a line, you can see a line on the top of the fence. A couple of years ago, they put that net up because they wanted to stop balls going out of the ballpark, and there's a path on there. There's like a park with a pathway, and they didn't want people to get hit. So for insurance purposes, I think they put the net up. This is swing and a miss. But they used to consider a ball that hit above that line to be a home run. Well, they changed the rule. So now if you hit a home run here, you really got to hit it out of the park. And we've seen a couple of them today, both by the Tornados. Oscar Bustamante left the yard, and then Maldonado did so as well. There's a swing and a pop fly out of play behind me, 0-2 to Matthias Robles. Robles has 2 hits, and he was also hit by a pitch. He's been on base 3 out of 4 plate appearances.
You're really good at talking to yourself.
That's all I do.
It's amazing. I like the stream of consciousness.
No balls and 2 strikes as I respond to the voices in my head. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Steinlein makes quick work of the Tornadoes in the 8th inning. Nothing across the board. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Disciples 11, the Mannheim Tornadoes 8. As this is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. to the bottom of the 8th inning. And the first pitch is a ball to Francisco Riestra. 9-1-2, Riestra, Lechner, and Thorpe against Merlin Bendlin. And the pitch, that one is in for a strike, 1-1. Francisco reached on a fielder's choice, struck out and reached on a wild pitch, and then scored 2 runs. He has also struck out another time, officially 0 for 2. Breaking ball, that's a good pitch from Bendlin, dropping in 1-2. The shadows are now beginning to engulf around home plate, so it's at least tough for me to see the ball. I don't know if that affects the batter so much. 1-2. Curveball hit him in the back. And now Riestra with a look out at Bendlin. I don't see why that would be purposeful in any way. It was a breaking ball that got away from him. Let's look at the replay. Bendlin with no reaction. And so he's on first base, is Riestra. And the top of the order, Simon Lechner, the hitter. And he takes the pitch high and inside for a ball. Simon has walked twice. He's walked 3 times, actually, and he's scored 2 runs. And that's ball 3, 3-0. Lechner trying to do the old 4-walk game. That was an eephus pitch. Called for a ball. Not sure what that was. Bendlin just sort of lobbed that one in there. Watch this on the replay. A 3-0 eephus. I mean, the pitch probably could have been called a strike, but Lechner takes the walk anyway. I don't know what that was. We're in the twilight zone now. So now Will Thorpe steps up. There's a strike. Riestra at second. Lechner at first. Thorpe has a hit today. Has a pitch down low, 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, it's still a close ball game. 3 runs is not enough of a lead for the Disciples to feel comfortable. They want some more runs here. In the past, you've seen some bunting, and instead it's a double steal. There's a ground ball towards third, and it's a base hit. Riestra slid into third. He pops up and comes in to score. Lechner to third. He is safe. Thorpe goes to second. He is safe. So the Disciples lead 12-8 on a hit-and-run single. Grounded through the left side. And the Disciples, another run, an important one. As you saw Riestra pop up quickly out of the slide, then Lechner slides in, and then Thorpe slides in. So an RBI single for Thorpe, his second base hit. And the Disciples now with a 4-run lead, and Nate Thomas, infield, will have to come in and defend on the ground ball. Thomas with a hit could drive home 2. The pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Drilled to left field, sending Maldonado back. He's running with his back to the infield. Gets turned around, and it lands on the warning track. In to score Lechner, in to score Thorpe. It's a 2-run double for Nate Thomas, and the Disciples have a 14-8 lead.
Stand-up double 2-run an den Zaun. Neuer Spielstand damit 8-14.
Thomas showing that opposite field power. Drove it deep to left field and over the head of Maldonado. who got turned around and didn't have much of a chance to make that catch anyway. So now the hitter is Niels Schmidt, and he swings and pops one up in foul territory near the Tornadoes dugout, and it's over the other side. That's a strike. Excuse me, this is Drew Thomas, not Niels Schmidt. Schmidt is on deck. Thomas struck out twice and grounded out, but then he doubled to drive home 2 runs in the 6th inning. That was a big hit, as the Disciples scored 6 runs in that 6th inning. And now he drills one to deep center field, way back. That is going to go flying over the head of the center fielder and go all the way to the fence. Thomas is going to come home and score. And Drew Thomas is in at third with a stand-up triple. That ball was absolutely crushed. 15-8 is the score. And that's a ball that if the Disciples had put the fence up in center field, that thing flies over the fence easily. Robles was nowhere near it, and he had to go almost all the way to the back of the fence, which is roughly 450 feet away, just to retrieve that ball. There's a strike to Niels Schmidt, and the count 0-1. I see somebody asking, is the ball speed displayed? Nope, we don't have a radar gun here. There's the pitch inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Most of the pitchers in this league throw around 80 miles an hour. There are some that can throw 90. There's a couple that can throw about 94. Schmidt with a big swing and a miss in the count 1-2. Still nobody out in this inning. There's no StatCast. It's old school here in the Bundesliga. Only time I ever know what the pitch speed is if there's a guy with a radar gun sitting next to me. Schmidt swings and misses on a pitch in the dirt and throws the throw to first is in time to get him. So he's out 2-3. That's the first out of the inning. And so Titus von Kopf will come up to the plate. Disciples leading 15-8. Titus in this game has a single in 4 trips. And a breaking ball in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball missed inside, 2-0. Fouled away, von Kopf with a pretty good cut. That ball hits the tree and comes bouncing back onto the grass and rolls under the scoreboard. There was a guy to retrieve it. There's that foul ball. 2-1 on Titus. That ball is drilled towards the alleyway in right center field. Robles is over and he makes the catch. Tagging from third is Drew Thomas. He will score. That makes it 16-8. And the Disciples have an 8-run lead here. And they only need 3 more outs to sweep this doubleheader. And now Daniel Patrice will step up. This is Patrice's second at bat since he pinch hit for Callum Murphy in the DH spot. Patrice pinch hit in the first game and got a base hit. He pinch hit in the 6th and walked and came around to score. Now he's up with the bases empty, and he's up there hacking, fouls away the first pitch, strike 1. Well, Mannheim had a lead in this game of 6-3 in the 5th inning, but the Disciples shortened it to 6-5. And then in the bottom of the 6th, they put up a 6 spot, and they have not looked back since. Pitches inside off the glove, 1-1. I see Neal responding. Sven Schuler was clocked at 96. Well, he was clocked at 94 right here on opening day. Somebody was asking how hard do the pitchers throw in the Bundesliga. Schuler, I think, is about the hardest thrower in the Bundesliga. And he threw one pitch that was 94 on the start of the season. There's a strike at the top of the zone to Patrice. But honestly, he threw one pitch at 94, but he was sitting 91, 92. And that was, of course, at the beginning of the year. So there's a few guys that can touch 90 in this league. There's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball just missed. Benlein wanted the call, but did not get it. So the count 2-2. That ball hit high in the air to left center field. Robles going back deep into the alleyway. He has plenty of room to haul this one in, and he does so. So the Disciples send 8 batters to the plate, and they score 4 more runs. And we will go to the 9th inning. The Disciples leading this one. Excuse me, they scored 5 more runs. It is 16-8. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Wildbräu Brauerei. It's a brauerei called Wildbräu. We move to the top of the 9th inning. 6-8 the score. 8 runs on 12 hits, 4 errors for Mannheim. 16 runs on only 8 hits for the Disciples. They have twice as many runs as they have hits. And Luis Diaz steps up against Steinlein and sends a high fly ball fouled on the right field line. That's going to get over the fence and out of play. Strike 1. Diaz has 1 hit in 4 at-bats. He came around to score. That was in the 3rd inning when Mannheim entered the inning tied and then scored 2 runs to take a 4-2 lead. 0-1 to Luis Diaz. That's outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. For the Disciples, it was Zach Treese for the first 6. He allowed 10 hits, 6 runs, 1 walk, and 5 strikeouts. Jan Endriat pitched the 7th inning and gave up a 2-run home run to Rogelio Maldonado. And now Steinlein, that breaking ball is down low. Steinlein pitched a perfect 8th inning. You nasty boy. 2-1. There's a strike, 2-2. Diaz. Now has an even count, leading off the 9th inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And it was the fastball from Steinlein that got Luis Diaz, as we take a look at the instant replay.
Mit einem Strikeout.
Target set up low and away. Steinlein hit the glove right there. So 1 down. And this is Rex Helmig. He struck out looking. Interesting that he batted right-handed against Jan Endriat in the 7th inning. And now he's going to bat left-handed against Steinlein. He's a right-handed thrower. First pitch is a strike to him. And that's strike 2. Helmig has seen 5 pitches, and they've all been strikes. Breaking ball, that one missed for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And there is strike 3 called. Steinlein with 2 strikeouts, in fact 3 in a row if you go back to the last out of the 8th inning. And the Disciples are 1 out away from sweeping the doubleheader and sweeping the season series against the Tornadoes. They won the first game 14-1, and they're leading here 16-8, but it's going to be Oscar Bustamante. He's swung a hot bat in this ball game. He has homered, doubled, walked, and flied out. 2 outs and nobody on in the 9th inning. And the pitch, that's a fastball high for a ball, 1-0. Activity here today started about 5 minutes after 1. First ball game, about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so. Here's the pitch. That's low and outside, 2-0. This game started at 2 minutes shy of 4 o'clock, and so now we're at about 12 minutes before 7, so 2 hours, 50 minutes roughly, under 3 hours. 2-0 on Bustamante, and now 3-0 as Steinlein missed outside. Bustamante, I think, would be taking here. And he does. It's a strike, 3-1. Well, you think about the fact that the Disciples didn't even have a hit in this game until the 5th inning. And now they have a 16-8 lead. The 3-1 is fouled away, and now it's a full count. And so the Disciples 1 strike away. Three and 2 with 2 outs, nobody on. 9th inning. Steinlein working from the set, sporting those purple shoes. And the pitch. Line to the gap in right center field. Another hit for Bustamante. And he will stop at first base. He's got 3 hits in this game. And so he continues his hot hitting and keeps things alive for Rogelio Maldonado. Maldonado socked a long home run over the left field fence his last at bat. He's got 3 hits in this game as well. Home run, a single, and a double. 4 runs batted in for him. They are not holding their runner on first base. Bustamante a short lead. There's a swing and a foul off the mask of Thorpe, strike 1. 0-1. Now look at this line score. A lot of runs on the board, a lot of action on the bases. And that's where we are. 2 outs in the 9th inning, 0-1 on Maldonado. The pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2. That was a breaking pitch down and away. Steinlein way out in front of Rogelio. Maldonado, slender right-handed batter. And the Disciples need one more strike. Here it comes. He got him swinging, and the ball game is over. Steinlein, with 4 strikeouts in 2 innings, closes the door. And the final score, the Haar Disciples 16, the Mannheim Tornadoes 8. 16, 8-0 for the Disciples, 8, 13-4 for the Mannheim Tornadoes. Winning pitcher is Zach Treese. Losing pitcher is Gisbertha. And the ball game ending at 6:51 p.m. on a beautiful, beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Haar. I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in. I'd like to thank Dr. No Skills for his camera work today. And the Haar Disciples do, in fact, sweep the doubleheader. They win all 4 games of the season versus the Mannheim Tornadoes. And they will go into next weekend against Mainz with a record of 14-6. Mannheim falls to 3-15. It's been a frustrating run for them. But what a great day at the ballpark. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. My name's Tim Collins. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. And I hope you tune in next Saturday at 1 p.m. for the doubleheader versus the Mainz Athletics. Bound to be an exciting day of baseball then as well. In the meantime, I wish you a lovely Saturday evening, and I hope you have a wonderful week, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.